Coach Coop, Coach Coop, Coach Coop, the Coach Coop Show. Coach Coop, Coach Coop, Coach Coop, the Coach Coop Show. The Coach Coop Show. The Coach Coop Show. The Coach Coop Show. The Coach Coop Show.
Yo, what is going on? Canes fans, 49ers fans, Titans fans, Dolphins fans, you name it. Football fans, period. Welcome to the 2026 NFL Draft, Day 2, rounds 2 and 3. Man, night number 1 was a wild ride, and I think that's a bit of an understatement. We saw Ty Simpson, the quarterback, go to the Rams. I think that shocked some people. I know it did me. The Titans with some, I guess you could say, questionable picks by grabbing Carnell Tate, wide receiver for Ohio State, in the first round with pick number 4. Some head scratchers, definitely. And I think it's only going to get crazier. You're going to see some wheeling and dealing, as Randy said, some last-minute trades. It's going to be a really interesting night. Shout out to Prize Picks for sponsoring this live stream, this watch party tonight. More on them here in a minute. We're actually going to put some picks in for the draft, and I'm looking for feedback from you guys. We're going to see if we can win a little bit of money tonight while we watch the draft. So how's everybody doing? Cheers. Happy Friday. We whooped this week. The weekend is here. We can kick our feet up and chill, watch the NFL draft. NBA playoffs are going on right now. What a statement from the Canes. Am I right? 3 Miami Hurricanes drafted in the first round. Really, really good look for Miami and the future of the program. You want to go pro, you want to go to Miami. Straight up, that's facts. Brandon, appreciate you being here, checking in. We are half an hour early, so we'll have some more people rolling in and stuff as we get closer to the draft actually kicking off in about 20 minutes or so. Just wanted to chop it up with y'all and get some picks and predictions in before they get the ball rolling. Bahama, drink your water. We got both. We got both, Bahama. I'm ready to go. James, I appreciate you being here, man. Randy in the building. Your 49ers are up first. Assuming that it stays that way, of course, we'll see. Josie says, is there a world where Miami drafts Beck for competition with Malik? Good question. There have been some rumors about that. The Dolphins with the 11th pick tonight, 43rd overall. I don't know. There's a lot of rumors right now about Carson Beck going to the Cardinals. That seems to be the favorite for the landing spot for him. I'm actually kind of leaning a slightly different direction. We'll talk about it here in a moment. But there are multiple teams here in round 2, realistically, unless you think that someone goes above Carson Beck, like Nussmeier, maybe. Anyone else having issues with audio? Let me know if you can hear me. If you can hear me, see me. We good? Any issues? Please let me know. Let me know. Titans should have gotten Maui Noah. I know, man. I think maybe they were concerned about the whole back stuff going on. I don't know. But yeah, I see what you're saying, because, we were thinking protection for Cam Ward, and instead they go out and they get him what they say is a weapon with Carnell Tate. Some of y'all say alligator arms. I don't know. We'll see. Sean McVay looked pissed at that pick. It was weird because they said that him and Ty Simpson had never even spoke or met before. I'm guessing you saw the phone call, right, Bahama? Where Ty Simpson is in tears, man, and I'm not making fun of him. Biggest day of his life up to this point. And he's like, Coach, man, let's make history. And Sean McVay's literal words were, yeah, no, enjoy this moment. What does that even mean? What do you mean, yeah, no? What? Dude is in tears. Coach, let's make history. And he's like, yeah, buddy, no. But enjoy tonight. I don't know, man. I don't know. What do I think about the picks from the Titans? I give them a C at the moment. I got to wait and see, so I'm giving them a C. You know what I'm saying? I know, that's kind of crazy. It's wild, Joshi. Wild night. And that's why I say it was a crazy round one for sure. You want the Niners to trade back one more time? McVay was pissed in an article. Look at the press conference. Him and the GM looks miles apart. That's unfortunate. Boy, is that unfortunate if you're a Rams fan. Jets won the first round. I'm with you, James, 100%. Absolutely. You have 3 picks. You get 3 really big-time guys for them. They made a splash in round 1. Jets won the night. For sure. For sure. So, again, I want to get some picks and predictions from you guys. So, let's get it pulled up here. Since we're early, let's do it since we're early. This is what I wanted to do last night because let's be real. Okay, I can man up. I can step up to the mic here and I can say, listen up. I went 1-8 in my picks last night. Yeah, you heard me right. I went 1-8, and it's up for debate if that 1 even counts, since I gave 2 different players that could go in that spot to the Bucks with Bain and Mesidor before Bain was taken off the board. So did not have the best night last night, but I'm looking to have a better night tonight with my draft predictions and picks. I don't know. It might get even crazier. So I want to give a huge shout out to the sponsor of the watch party, Prize Picks. Guys, you have a huge opportunity here over the next 2 days with the NFL draft to make some picks and predictions on the Prize Picks app, the #1 sports picks app in America, and win some money. And we're going to try to do that right now. If you head over to the team picks section, they have an entire section set up for the NFL draft. It's pretty freaking cool. So we can look at specific landing spots for various different players. We can say how many players will be drafted from a specific school, who will be the second linebacker drafted in 2026. But you know what I'm here to talk about personally, because we're personally invested in this particular player, Carson Beck. So we can go through right here on Prize Picks and predict where we think Carson Beck will go. So I'm looking for some feedback from y'all, and we're going to lock in a pick. Now, I want you to know, I've got to be 100% transparent with you. I already put in a pick for Carson Beck to go to the Pittsburgh Steelers. I put $5 on it, which would win us $27, but I'm open to also picking a backup team if y'all want to do that. Any thoughts on Carson Beck and where he might go? The favorite seems to be the Arizona Cardinals, but let me add this before you type your comment. Think about how wild and crazy the draft has been so far. So it's not really crazy to think that he might go somewhere possibly unexpected. Some people were saying, hey, Coop, what about if he went to the Miami Dolphins? Well, you would win 5 times your money if you predict that Carson Beck goes to the Miami Dolphins and you get it right. So what are we thinking? What are we thinking? It doesn't matter what round. We're just picking straight up where Carson Beck might go. Somebody said the Jets. Watch him go to the Jets. That would be 4.5 times our money. Could he possibly go to the Jets? A second person says to the Jets. That's 2 people for the Jets. Man, I kind of want to go out on a limb and say somewhere crazy. Like, who needs a backup QB? Because Carson Beck is not going to be a starter in the NFL, at least not immediately. So who needs a backup guy just in case? Maybe the Vikings? Maybe the Vikings? They would be, they're way down here. That's 16 times your money. If you were to put $20 on that, you would win $333. We're trying to overthink this. Browns. You know, it's interesting because I saw a couple of people mention Cleveland. I did see a couple people mention it would be funny if it was the Rams. Yeah, wouldn't it? Would it? The Rams just go in and pull all the quarterbacks? Yeah. Yeah, I know that the Cardinals probably do need one. My thing was, did they take Nussmeier over Beck? So if the Cardinals do in fact need one, and that's a top need for them, would they take Beck over Nussmeier? So I locked in the Steelers. I think let's maybe go for a long shot here. Arizona is maybe the obvious choice, but it's just been such a crazy draft. And Browns would be the next team that would come up that maybe need a QB after that. Ooh, but this is true. James says Shadur is a franchise QB according to Mel Dipper. So what about the Jets? What's the quarterback situation with the Jets right now? He's better than Shadur. I mean, I actually agree with you. I think you would be more consistent. What's the QB situation at the Jets? Do we have any Jets fans in here? The Jets got Geno. Keeping in mind, Beck's going in as a backup, so he's not going in to compete for the starting role, most likely. We could take the safe route and go Arizona. That would double our money. Maybe we do that. We took the Steelers as kind of a long shot. We'll take Arizona to double up our money and go 5-11 and see if we can get it. So we actually have 2 total picks in. We'll track tonight for Carson Beck. If he goes to the Steelers or the Cardinals, we win some money tonight. If you think that that's a crazy pick, if you think that you have a better idea, you probably do. With some of these picks for the NFL draft, you can download the Prize Picks app by clicking the top link down in the description. But make sure you plug in code HMA. That is key. Plug in code HMA because that's going to activate a special offer for new users tonight. Spend $5 in lineups, you get $50 in lineups instantly. So again, shout out to Prize Picks, man. We went like 0-4 last night, but I'm looking to make a big comeback tonight. Let me see if there are any other things we want to take a shot at. The third running back to be drafted. What else do we got here? Second tight end. We got so many options. I wonder if they have Miami on here. Kickers and punters drafted. Not seeing any kickers or punters yet, I don't think. I think that's what we'll stick with for now. We're going to go Beck to the Pittsburgh Steelers or Beck to the Arizona Cardinals. And let's see if we can get some good luck tonight and get a W on Prize Picks. Again, I'm telling you guys, you'll enjoy it. It's a lot of fun to track these. We're up. Check and see here. I like doing these hits lineups for Major League Baseball. So we're up 884. Got a couple of big wins with baseball. But let's get a win for the NFL. Let's get a win with our NFL picks tonight. How about it? Back to Falcons would be crazy. There is a part of me. All right. Good to see you, Patty. You ready for the craziness tonight? There's a part of me that wants to do just an absolute long shot. What in the world? You know what? I'm going to do it. Let me throw a literal Hail Mary here. Okay? Call me crazy. It'd be accurate because I am. How about Carson Beck to the Philadelphia Eagles? $2 wins us $66. Submitted. Would you trade a $2 bill for a $66 bill? I would any day of the week, 7 days a week. So we're going to submit that entry as well. We got 3 potential options here, all right? 3 chances. 3 chances for something. We got the obvious play, we got a miracle play, and a Hail Mary play. That's what we have. Back to the Falcons. Yo. Dallas gets Carson back to the Cowboys? You think back to the Titans is more likely than the Eagles? Oh, I'm with you. That's just an absolute long shot. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Now, back to Dallas, is that a prediction or that's a wish list? That's just what you're hoping for. Canes fans are the best. I agree. We're also really good-looking people. What's up, Uncle Joey? Caleb Downs will be trash in the NFL. Man, the only Gator to go so far. And I was surprised, man. There was not a really high chance of him going in the first round, and he did. He did. What Canes will get drafted today, Coop? I'm hoping Carson Beck and Keontae Scott. Again, I don't in any world think that Carson Beck is going to a team to compete to be the starter. I think he's just a good, consistent backup for somebody. So I don't think that it's unreasonable to think that he could go somewhere, again, that needs a backup QB. Think of somebody that has a starter locked in, but they want a guy to come in and be the backup. Cardinals make a ton of sense. I mean, absolutely. That's a big need for them. For sure. Hit the reset button after Kyler Murray. They have some other needs as well, though. For sure. They need some guys on defense. They have QB listed for Raiders. I mean, I guess, take this with a grain of salt, of course. I was tempted to say Browns. Beck could fall to round 3, though, to be fair. He could fall to round 3, but you have 2 or 3 opportunities here where there are teams that possibly need a quarterback tonight in round 2, where maybe you see Beck. I think the next QB off the board has to be Carson Beck. That's not a wild take, right? I think that if there's another QB that comes off, there's been 2 so far with Fernando Mendoza and Ty Simpson. It's got to be Beck, right? CJ Daniels, we'll see. Arvell Reese shouldn't have went that high. I mean, he did go 5. He went 5 to the Giants. This bad boy's firing up in about 7 minutes, y'all. 7 minutes. It would be big if Miami could get 3 in round 1 and 2 in round 2. In the first 2 rounds, the Canes have 5 players drafted. That'd be big. You think the Broncos are a sleeper pick for Beck? I liked Zeke until it seemed like he got lazy. If the man ever picked up more than 6 yards on a run, he needed to go to the sideline and get a breather. Used to like him. And honestly, when watching the Cowboys, I preferred Pollard over Zeke. So then I was pumped because it's like, yo, I'm a Titans fan. Pollard goes to the Titans. And then Pollard's been underwhelming with the Titans. So I don't know. The Jags picking Diego from Vandy. I would love if that happened and Joel Davis was in here. That'd be so funny. So buckle up, y'all. T-minus 5 minutes, and we're going to get this bad boy rolling. The picks will start coming in. Pro Bowl Beck. What time? It starts in about 5 minutes. 7 p.m. or when the shenanigans begin. We went live early because I wanted to get some feedback for the prize picks. Get some picks in there from you guys. You thought the Dolphins were going to get banned? I don't know about the Dolphins. are doing. I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of like he wanted to have like one last hoorah to go somewhere else, I guess. And I'm happy. I'm happy with what he did while he was here. Coop, you are getting drafted tonight. Get ready. Okay. I I hope that who would I not want to go to? I might turn down the offer if I get offered by the Niners. Yeah. Or the Steelers. I'd probably turn it down. No, thank you. Thank you, but no, thank you. All right, Mr. 400 pounder over CC. I'm going to be the Jets' new punter. Yeah, if I was going to go to the NFL, I'd want to be a kicker or a punter. Honestly, punter. Yeah, I'd want to punt. Yeah. I wouldn't want to actually kick. I would want to be just a dedicated punter, and that's it. I don't want to have, the game winning field goal on my shoulders. I don't want to have to perform an onside kick. No, sir. Absolutely not. Doesn't CC have a disc issue? That was kind of the big thing. That's why some people said, well, it makes sense. This is why he kind of got pushed down because he ends up going 10 in the draft. And initially, there were a lot of mock drafts that had CC going 4, 5, 6. And he fell down to 10, which is still great. I mean, you're a top 10 pick in the NFL draft. I mean, that's huge. No way they take Drew Allar over Carson Beck, right? Carson Beck is the next best available quarterback, period. End of story. It's not even up for debate. It might be why he slipped. It's definitely why, for sure. Yeah, they're probably worried about him long term and what they might have to invest in him if that does get worse. Yeah. Is Nussmeier better? Nah. No. And people are going to say it's my fandom creeping in, and maybe it is. I don't know. I still have nothing but love for Carson Beck, y'all. Did draft him off measurables alone? Really? I guess we'll see, because if you guys are right, if the Cardinals do need a quarterback and everybody says, okay, we'll go Nussmeier, then that does push back to some interesting scenario where it's like the Browns or the Jets. Now y'all got me questioning. Who did I pick again? I said the Steelers. I have the Steelers as my number one pick for Beck. I have him going to the Cardinals, the Steelers, or the Eagles. Yeah. We kind of talked about that, Melvin, about how they started really pushing those stories about the car accident with Ruben Bain and stuff. But I do agree with most people when they said these NFL guys, these people that go in and do the background checks and get all the info, like they would have already been aware of it. But it could kind of reinforce that and put it to the front of their mind whenever who was it, that Ohio State fan dude that put that story out and pushed it, whenever he put that out. Yeah. Yeah, the Cowboys, man, could have, bro, the Cowboys could have taken Akeem Mesidor. They had an opportunity and they traded it away. They had pick number 20. Akeem Mesidor is still available, and they trade to the Eagles. They go down to 23, and then the Chargers take him at 22, and then the Cowboys still take an edge rusher, but they go with Malachi Lawrence instead. No Bain, no Mesidor. Oh, well. I think that's a huge pick for the Browns. We talked about that a lot too. I think grabbing KC Concepcion in the first round right there from the Browns, you trade up to get the 24th pick right there. I think that's a big one. That's a pretty big pickup for them. Here we go, y'all. It's about to begin. Before the draft starts tonight, day 2, sound off in the live chat. Let me know who your pro team is. Let's see it. I'm a Tennessee Titans fan. Let me go get my Titans hat. Hold on. All right. We're ready to rock for tonight. Represent. Got the now vintage, old school, retro, throwback logo, I guess, since we're on to the one without the flames. But we got the Titans hat ready to rock. See who they're going to pick up tonight. Sound off. Let's see who you guys root for. It's going to be all over the place, man. Look at this. Panthers, Jags, Lions, Dolphins, double Lions, double Niners, Commanders, Bills, them boys, Giants for my man Crip. Good to see you, Crip. Bang, bang, Niner gang. It always surprises me how many 49ers fans are out there. And they're everywhere, too. They are all over the place. Sadly, Dolphins. All right, here we go, y'all. Day 2. Boo. Boo that man. Charlotte sports are on the up right now. Man, I was excited whenever the Hornets beat the Heat. My apologies to any Miami Heat fans, because then the Hornets turn around and crap the bed against the Magic. Magic just out-physicaled the Hornets. It was ugly. But I got hyped up there for a minute. I was like, yo, maybe the Hornets are going to make it to the NBA playoffs. Nope. Of course not. Yep. Cowboys fan because of Jimmy and the playmaker. I mean, I followed the Cowboys for a while. You could be like McAfee, yeah. Maybe. Yeah, I know, with Melo. Yeah. They're doing their little introduction here. Give us a moment to get fully settled in. Yeah, Hornets haven't been good in a long time, man. I haven't had a reason to be truly excited about NBA basketball because I'm a Hornets fan. I'm all over the place, man. I'm a Miami Hurricanes college football fan. I'm a Tennessee Titans NFL fan. I'm a Charlotte Hornets NBA fan. Long story. Long story, man. But I kind of feel bad for Dolphins fans. It just seems like there's always something bad happening. It seems like you guys are always suffering. So I genuinely feel kind of bad for Dolphins fans. '49ers about to be on the clock, y'all. First pick of the draft. Keep in mind the Niners did not have a pick in the first round. So this is going to be their first pick of the draft. Mets. Yikes. Ooh, man. They finally broke that losing streak, didn't they? The Mets had lost, man, how many games was that? A lot. It's a lot of games. Here we go, y'all. 49ers on the clock. Let's get to work. What's up, Phil? Happy Friday, bro. Marlins were off to a really hot start. Yeah, Major League Baseball, my team is the Braves, though. Big Matt Olson fan. Acuna, even though Acuna's been struggling so far this season. Baldwin. Look at Drake Baldwin. He started out real hot. Hitting a ton of home runs. The Braves have a lot of likable players. I like Chris Sale at pitcher. Roy checking in. I went to a Braves game last year. It was my first ever Major League Baseball game. Yeah, I saw that with Radikovich, yeah. Randy wants to see some linebackers or some wide receivers. Yep. All your sports teams seem to be getting better. Man, and Georgia Tech had a guy go in the first round last night. That's crazy to think. There were no Florida State players drafted last night. Not that they were expected to be. But just think, in what world would there be a Georgia Tech player drafted in the first round and not a single Florida State player? Pretty crazy, right? How they have fallen. Yep. Can't win no dang football games. Can't get anybody drafted. Retain Mike Norvell. Yikes. Imagine not being on the up and up. Winning fixes everything, man, because now you have a Canes team that just played in the national championship. Didn't win it, but played in it. This is bugging out. 3 players drafted in the first round. More coming up soon here in the second round. Big time recruiting wins. Mario Cristobal is everywhere, including UFC fights. It's just, it's wild. It just keeps getting better and better. Welcome back, Sergeant Sluggo. Brennan Brown also in the building. Norvell needs to go. I would have put my life savings on Norvell getting fired, no matter what it took to make that happen, and I was shocked that they kept him. You guys might be right. These analysts are really hyping up Carson Beck. Is he going to the Cardinals? FSU spent all their money suing everyone, right? They said, what are y'all doing? Join us. Come on. You're being disrespectful. You're not trying to help the cause. And instead, we just sit back and let them spend all their money and let them do all the fighting. If anything comes from that, we kind of just enjoy the rewards of it. How many Canes get drafted tonight? I'm saying 2. Beck in Tampa, huh? Dang, 2016 World Series at Wrigley. That's awesome. Truist was pretty cool. But it's not really fair for me to compare a lot because it was the only Major League Baseball game I've been to. So the Braves ballpark is the only one I've seen in person. Yeah, let's clap it up for Beck. Look at that resume. Let's go, Beck. Where'd I get that shirt? It was actually sent to me by Hoodie Girl. Melissa sent it to me. You think a bunch of Indiana players are going to go today? Shoot, 2 went in the first round. That's not bad. Going to any Major League Baseball game this season? Probably not. But I wouldn't completely rule it out. All right, the pick is in for the 49ers. First pick of the night, y'all. Here we go. We got at least 2 49ers fans in here. The guy has a full-blown Iron Man helmet on. That's impressive. Looks like your Giants did well yesterday. Yeah. I mean, we should have won it, David. Should have won it. Niners taking Cassius how? Just waiting on the official announcement here. Yeah, and I mean, I get it. I totally get it with Beck. I don't know. Maybe as I get older, my mindset just kind of flipping. But I also feel like we're not there potentially without him. It's easy to say, yeah, we would be, but maybe not. You know, it only takes one play, like the one that lost us to, to Natty. Where do I have Scott going? I'm not sure yet. I was trying to look at that earlier, and I'm not sure. Beck is going to be Arizona or Pittsburgh. Niners pick. Receiver. They took Stribling. Okay.
We ballin', boy.
There it is. 49ers take Stribling from Ole Miss. You know, they had that crazy offense. We know because we played them. We played them in the playoffs. 811 receiving yards, 6 touchdowns, 55 receptions. What do you think, Randy? Number one fan of the U. I appreciate you, bro. What's going on, man? 51 months, unreal. Always showing me some love. Always hanging out in the streams, man. Thank you, bro. Happy Friday. Back to Pittsburgh sounds reasonable. I got $5 on it. Literally. On Prize Picks. Next up is the Arizona Cardinals. Guys, you still got time. You can still download Prize Picks and get your picks in for day 2 of the draft. I have it as a potential. The middle one right there. 451 to 11. We got 3 options here for Beck. We're getting a W one way or another. Gosh darn it. You're happy with the pick? I think that's a good pick. Yeah. I think Stribling's a really good pick for the 49ers. They had a lot of time to think about it, getting to sit back and watch round 1 unfold, see who was left, and make a decision. It's a good pick. Man, we're up. I've won a little over 800 over on Prize Picks so far. I've been enjoying it, man. But I feel you. I feel you. Nick in the building. What's up, man? Thankfully, you just tuned in because we were roasting Florida State about 5 minutes ago. Okay. Do the Cardinals go for a QB? Is this Carson Beck's home in the pros? Do they take a QB at all? Do they take Nussmeier over Carson Beck? Here we go. They do not take Carson Beck or a QB at all. This is where we're saying we got to think outside the box, man. We have to think outside the box with these picks. At this point, I think my Beck to the Philadelphia Eagles looks better than ever. Everybody said this was going to be where if he's going to go somewhere, it's going to be here. You think Beck is the best QB left? In my honest opinion, yes. But that seems to not be the popular opinion. as a backup, to Philly as a backup. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So they grabbed Love in round 1 and an offensive lineman here from A&M in round 2. See, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I think you have to put Carson Beck above him 100%. Beck and Mendoza to the Raiders. Ooh. Go for Pons. Pons is probably going soon. Yeah. Yeah, I can see Pons going in the second round. So we still have life, y'all. Beck could still go to the Steelers way down here with the 21st pick tonight, unless the Jets or Browns take him first. Bills coming up. I know there's a Bills fan in here. A little bit of rapid firing tonight since we've got to get through rounds 2 and 3. Going to be a long night. The line that Bane destroyed. Yeah. Yep. Bills Mafia. The Bills, they're the fan base that jumps through tables and stuff at the tailgates, right? Isn't that them? Not sure what we were thinking there. Yeah, there was interest. I think specifically from what I heard, take this with a major grain of salt. I believe that the Steelers and the Jets were both in contact with Carson Beck. Another defensive end off the board. TJ Parker to the Bills. That's how many edge rushers so far this draft? 3 or 4. You had Bane, Mesidor. The Titans took an edge rusher. The Cowboys took a defensive end. The Bills just took one. No, we're up to like 5. At least 5. Can't wait to see Bane's NFL stats when he won't be held on every damn play. I'm with you, man. And you know he's pissed. You know he feels disrespected. You know he saw all of the chatter and stuff about him going into the draft. Thought he could have been top 5. Definitely should have been top 10. And look at it this way, man. He gets to stay in the state of Florida. He goes to the Bucks. It's a big opportunity. He's still in the first round, but he's going to make some noise. Yes, sir. Reuben Bane will make some noise in the NFL. Yep. Lots of defensive ends so far. Honestly, I kind of feel like with the craziness, hear me out. Team to draft Carson Beck. The thing is, Beck could fall to the 3rd round. Maybe we don't see a QB taken in round 2. That's a real possibility. So it's not impossible that it circles back around to the Cardinals at some point tonight or even later. Some people said Coop. I mean, maybe Beck does go to Miami as as a backup to go there and play some. Here's what's wild is Philadelphia is now 5 times your money. If Bet goes there, check this out. 5 times your money if Philadelphia takes him. We got it at like 55 times. We threw $2 on it to win 66. So hey, maybe Beck is trending to go to Philadelphia. We got in before it was a hot topic, before anybody even thought about it. See, outside the box type of plays here we're making on Prize Picks. That's what I'm saying. Yep. Maybe it happens. If Beck goes to the Jets, he's screwed. I mean, we can apply that to any player, though, right? Right? We can apply that to anybody that goes to the Jets. I mean, Tampa Jets, Minnesota, Atlanta. Ooh, the Colts, huh? Yeah, I think that's a great landing spot for Ruben Bain to go to the Bucks. For sure. Yep. I'm with you, bro. I know that really was the talk going into the draft. And it's not like he still didn't go high. You know, people are over here pretending like, wow, it's unbelievable that he went at 15. He went 15th in the draft in the first round. It's still pretty freaking impressive. But it's just because, you know, hey, man, this guy's like a top 10, top 5 pick. Yep, Radakovich retiring. Yep. Yep. Yeah, you don't want to go to the Jets. You don't want to go to the Browns. I say, really, you don't want to go to the Raiders either. Okay, so Texans are going to get a pick then. Texans trade up here. We said some craziness, some shenanigans, some shocking trades and picks. Rookie of the year, you think? Yeah, it's so much deeper than that, right? So much deeper. We talk about on paper doesn't mean he'll mesh with the team. It's got to be a good fit. Yep. All right, who did the Texans take? Trading with the Raiders to jump up a couple spots. You think Keontae Scott? I was thinking Keontae Scott to the Texans is a good pick. That could be realistic. Yeah. Oh, I thought that's what they were going to say, bro. When that K came out of his mouth, I thought he was going to say Keontae Scott. Dang, man. Man, I thought that's what they were about to say. Caden McDonald, defensive tackle from Ohio State, going to the Texans, 36th overall pick, 4th in round 2. A lot of Ohio State players headed to the pros in the 2026 draft. You take back to the Lions. Overrated State University. I mean, there's no denying that they're putting players in the league, you know? I'm loving the reaction, y'all. When your pro team makes a pick, hey, good or bad. Obviously, we're all here rooting for more Canes players to get drafted, right? What's going on, Judge? Right, we all want to see more Miami players get drafted, so. I love what they did with the whole mirror and the hat thing. I think it's pretty cool. So it's a big moment for these guys. You know, a lot of them are emotional, understandable. You don't know what all they've been through to get to this point. What's good, man? Chilling. Chilling, man. Enjoying the draft. You're curious what the Jags will do? Me too. Me too, man. They're still way down here though. Yeah, they're 24th pick tonight. You need college football to come back faster. I feel you. Yep. So Beck and Scott this round. That's my thought as well. Yeah. I still think that's a real possibility. You say Bain is better than Bailey. I'm with you. Think Scott's going to the Saints. I thought he might go to the Texans. That was a good prediction. Whoever it was that said that. Helton, Sean. Yeah, that was a good prediction. That would have made some sense. You liked the Carnell Tate pick, Katie? People were really split in the stream last night. There were a lot of people that did not really care for that pick. I'm just not sure if it's because Canes fans don't have love for Ohio State players for the most part, you know? Giants up next, y'all. Their pick is in. Maybe the Raiders grab back, but I don't know. I don't know, Cypher. I don't know. But we got a long night ahead of us, so lock in. Gonna be a lot of picks tonight. Jacoby Thomas, true. See where he goes. Smith carried Ohio State, proved me wrong. I mean, Jeremiah Smith would carry wherever he goes. Dude is just a freak athlete. Insane. South Carolina checking in. Good to see you, bro. Okay, here we go. Giants had some big picks, obviously. Drafted a Kane in the first round. What are they cooking up in round 2? What do we got from the Giants? They got a lot of firepower offensively. What direction do they take here? Do they look to the defense? Actually, they took a defensive player in round 1, right? They took Reese. That's right. They took Reese and Cece. They do go defense again, though. First Tennessee Volunteers player off the board. Colton Hood. He's only 21. Nowadays, that's young. Guys play college ball until they're 30. I mean, it's true. A weapon for Cam can be looked at as a good thing, for sure. If you guys are just tuning in, I have money on Prize Picks for Beck to go to the Steelers the Cardinals, or the Eagles. So we're tracking it. Steelers was my first pick. I locked that in before we even went live, or put that in. Rather, I put it in. It ain't a lock. Nothing is a lock in the 2026 NFL draft, minus Fernando Mendoza to the Raiders, pick number 1. That's about it. Yep. Heck yeah, I feel you, bro. I posted a video about it before I went live. About the Canes that went in the draft. Steelers take back. I think it can happen. Could happen. Those crazy Raider fans are ready for another pick. You said the Dolphins need C.J. Daniels? Here we go. Raiders pick incoming. Go O-line. Oh shoot! When is Mother's Day? May, is it May 15th? Stokes from Arizona to the Raiders. 60-year senior and team captain. Wow. That's a heck of a story though, bro. Check that out. I don't know a lot about this guy. I'm just reading the prospect analysis. 60-year senior and team captain who went from walk-on to unquestioned leader of the defense. That's a heck of a story. From a walk-on to second round of the NFL draft. That's pretty impressive. That's badass. Can you imagine? Browns up next. Some people said maybe the Browns bring back in as a backup. Dolphins need all the help they can get. You ain't wrong there. Pick is in for the Browns, but it looks like we're going to have a commercial break first. I mean, nothing too crazy so far. Again, a lot of predictions did have Beck going to the Cardinals, which is still something that might happen. I mean, they're going to have another pick later. He may fall out of the second round entirely. I don't think they have another second round pick. They don't, no. So we got the Browns coming up next, the Chiefs after that, Bengals, Saints, and the Dolphins are finally going to get another pick. Number 43 there. We owe CJ. Raiders going 2-15 in 2026. I mean, I got no love for the Raiders, so I'm not mad at it. That's why I said prayers up for Mendoza, because poor guy. Poor guy. Goes from, not losing a football game at Indiana last year to going to the pros and playing for the Raiders. Going to see a lot more L's than W's, at least for the time being. Yep. Just like it was prayers up for Cam Ward. True. Dang it, you're right. Not with Saleh, though, Nick. Not with Saleh. The Titans they're gonna win. They're gonna win. Yeah. Complete 180 for the Titans in 2026. Am I right? Gonna win what football games? It's gonna be eating a lot of grass. There have been multiple people in here say back to the Colts. A couple people have said that. A lot of people have said that, as a matter of fact. Okay, Browns pick coming up next. You don't want back at the Colts? It'll be interesting to see. Yeah, since they grabbed Concepcion. Let's see who they take. For the Browns. Now hold up a second. Denzel Boston. So they took Casey Concepcion. They go offensive line in their first pick at 9. They have 2 picks in the first round, so they go Casey Concepcion, wide receiver from Texas A&M. And then in round 2, the Browns take another receiver. They go Denzel Boston. From Washington. Trying to load up on offense, I guess. Offensive lineman and 2 receivers. How's that guy not a Patriot? Yeah, stockpiling receivers, apparently, yeah. Next up is the Chiefs. See what we got here. You don't think Beck could be a decent backup quarterback, Katie? I'm telling you, Randy, Beck to the Eagles or the Steelers. Mark my words. Beck to the Eagles or the Steelers. Boo, Pitt. Chiefs pick coming up. Oklahoma. That's the first Oklahoma player off the board in the NFL draft. Another defensive end. I think 6 defensive ends total so far in the draft. Is his first name R? Great question. I'm not sure. It says R. Mason Thomas. It's funny because the broadcast is ahead of the draft tracker, which is impressive. I don't think I've ever had that happen. R. Mason Thomas, 6'2" and a quarter, 241. That's interesting because they don't put players' middle names. So his first name is R. Mason. I'm not even making fun of the dude. That's just unique. Is his first name R. Mason? I wonder if I can Google that. I don't know. It says his first name is R. Mason. It says the R in Mason does not stand for anything or represent an abbreviation. It's simply part of his first name, adopted to continue a family tradition of R names. Doesn't stand for Richard, Raymond, nothing. His first name is R. Mason. That's crazy. Huh. Yeah, they just said it's R. That's so weird. There's Cassius Howe. There is Cassius Howe. Another defensive end and the second Texas A&M player in round 2 to go. Hey, Sherwayne Waldo. I missed all y'all, man. We hadn't been live in a minute since last night. Feels good to hang out. Hope you've been doing well, bro. Happy Friday. He'll hang around for a few years but never play. Yeah, I don't think Beck will be a starter in the NFL. I'm with you on that. The year of edge is true. It's always fun to look at the draft and see what it's more loaded with. Sometimes it's quarterback heavy, receiver heavy. Been just an absolute ton of defensive ends go. You never know, too, what kind of the needs are across the league. Got a kid on the way. Hey, congratulations, man. Is it your first? Saints pick is in. Dolphins are thinking. Imagine those of you that said Beck to the Dolphins. Beck to Cincy sounds doable. Okay, here we go. Saints pick. Dolphins will make another bad pick. You're 30. He's due in May. You're nervous. You'll be all right, man. You got this. Christian Miller, that second Georgia player of the draft. Defensive tackle. Even front nose tackle who can rattle pads and gain early advantages at the point of attack. Dolphins, here we go, y'all. Dolphins pick coming up. Y'all swear they're going to mess it up. Let's see. Here we go. Another classic Dolphins pick incoming. All I can do is sit back and just see what the reactions are. I got no skin in the game, no dog in the fight when it comes to these Dolphins picks. So y'all have at it. I'm just watching. Yeah, that's a good point, Daisy Cowboy. Excellent point. They sit here and hyped up, Jeremiah Love, and everybody's like, except against Miami. No, no, no. Okay, we got a commercial break. They want to make sure that Dolphins fans, they can be prepared for whatever this pick is. Number 4311 on the night. How you feel about us making a run next year? I would almost guarantee the Canes at the very least are going to be in the playoffs. But we'll see. You need so many things to go right. I wouldn't want to come out and say they're back in the national championship. All it takes is one game. All it takes is one bad play. Heck, we know that. Yeah, we know that. So it's just so many things have to go right. You can be the most badass loaded team on the planet, and the football just bounces a weird way and it screws you on a play and you lost and you're out of it. But the team, they've got the roster. They've retained the coordinators. They should be there. Yeah. Did I see Uncle Lou put Miami as his number one in spring? I did not. I did not see that. So he put Miami at number one in his top 25. I think it's crazy to put Miami anywhere outside the top five. I saw some early top 25s released by ESPN and some other places that had Miami at, it might not have been ESPN, but I saw some that had Miami at 8 and 10. And I'm like, this is a team that just played in the national championship, barely lost it. And it's not even, you can't even argue if they reloaded or not. They did. And I was telling Canes fans when I made that video about Shannon Dawson, and they said, yeah, but damn, Coop, like if we wouldn't have had Shannon Dawson, maybe we would have won more games. Or maybe, look, the reality is these two coordinators, Heatherman and Dawson, took this Miami Hurricanes team to a national championship. When was the last time we even as much as sniffed one? So I like the continuity there, the consistency, retaining the coordinators, not bringing in a new face that you might think is an upgrade, but you don't even know what might happen. Rolling the dice on somebody new. I said all that just to say that I like that we retained those guys. You reload the roster. You're set up nicely for 2026, but we will see. Anything can happen. But yeah, it would be hard. It's tougher to pick weaknesses on this Miami team. And I'm being 100% real. Set the fandom to the side. It is way more difficult to pick losses on that schedule and weaknesses on the team. Yes. Inside of 8. Yeah, got to be inside of 8. And I think at this point as Canes fans, you embrace the disrespect and you don't really care about if places think that Miami is going to be good or not. Because what if they think Miami's going to be good or not does not matter. It's 100% irrelevant. You just go out there and you win football games. But it does kind of make you step back and you're like, well, wait a minute. You put who in front of Miami? After what happened in 2025 and you look at reloading the roster and you look, it's just kind of crazy, right? Dolphins pick is in, y'all. Get ready. I'm going to step back away from the microphone. I'm going to let y'all do your thing, okay? Let's see. Good or bad? Here we go. You tell me. Good or bad? Texas Tech linebacker. I don't know a ton about the guy, but I will add this. He has a heck of a mustache. This guy looks like he's going on about 42, 44. That's a grown man. That's for sure. I kind of envy that stash. I could never. As a player, interesting. Arrived in college as an offensive athlete and leaves Texas Tech as a bigger than life stat stuffing linebacker. That's quite the description. So y'all like that pick, Dolphins fans? Good pick. And classic linebacker look. Excellent pick. Okay, good deal. All right. I just know people were kind of upset with Proctor and the other pick for the Dolphins. Pretty wild story for him. Dude is a stud. Good pickup for the Dolphins. A lot depends on that. I mean, true. With the offensive line for the Canes, yeah. I'm with you. Yeah. Sergeant Sluggo's with you too. Cohesion of the offensive line. Salty Rain checking in straight street 6. Scott to the Bucks, huh? Man, Akeem Mesidor and you grab Keontae Scott. That'd be big time. Here we go. Lions not wasting any time, y'all. See what we got. Another defensive end. Crazy. I mean, just look at where the screen is at right now. Defensive end, linebacker, defensive tackle, defensive end, defensive end. You got 3 edge rushers just right here. That's wild, man. Ravens coming up, then we're back to the Bucks again. Good pickup from Michigan. The draft room. I think the only person I've seen not excited about their pick is Sean McVay. You know? Everybody else's body language screams happiness and smiles and clapping. Poor Ty Simpson. We're zooming tonight though, y'all, since we got multiple rounds to get through. They're moving quick. Our picks on Prize Picks are still alive. Carson Beck is still on the board. Detroit took a Michigan man. It's true. Yeah. You can't believe the Dolphins willingly passed on Caleb Downs. I don't know. There were people in here earlier saying Caleb Downs is overrated. Dang, you got Beck falling to the 5th or 6th round? If that's the case, do you have Nussmeier going above him? or any other quarterback? Oh, Bell, yeah. Behemoth of a human being. Dude is absolutely massive. Yeah. Again, appreciate y'all hanging out with me on a Friday night watching day 2 of the NFL draft. We just started doing this last year, and it's a lot of fun, man. I know there's a lot of downtime because, I don't necessarily care who the Saints pick or the Chiefs pick or the Lions or whoever. They're not the Titans, which is my squad. But there's always that kind of unknown factor of who might take another Miami Hurricane. Or, if you're a fan of another college team, there's Ohio State fans in here, Florida State fans, waiting to see if they pick up a player from your team that you root for. So that's pretty exciting, man. Yeah, I enjoy just hanging out. These are chill, man. Just reacting to the picks. We're getting closer though to the Steelers taking Carson Beck. It's just right here, y'all. We're getting closer. Round 3. Let's see. We'll have the Titans again tonight. We know they traded up. They had 2 picks in the first round, so they don't have a pick here in the second. But we'll get a pick early in the third, which will happen tonight. True. I mean, there are some Georgia Tech players that could go. You have Drew Allar ahead of Beck. We'll see. All right, Ravens pick is in. For some reason, I've always felt like the Ravens have one of the more intimidating uniforms. Whenever they wear those and they have like a dark tinted visor, they just look intimidating. That's funny. They're booing him. Oh man, that's funny for Mark Ingram. I like this from people who are announcing the picks. They brought on that guy for the Make a Wish. I don't know what his age was, so forgive me. A kid or guy, whoever it was, I can't remember which team. Dude brought the energy to the podium. I think that's cool. Why come up there and be all monotone and boring? Here we go for the Ravens. You know what? Let's just go and pick every defensive end, and we're bound to get one of them right, y'all. Zion Young from Missouri, defensive end to the Baltimore Ravens. 6'5", 262. Fiery alpha who brings immense energy to the field and the locker room. Well built with his size, strength, and temperament. All right. Can't boo kids. That's the first Mizzou player in the draft, right? Hey, good to see you, Frog, man. Happy Friday, bro. Let's see if the Bucks can get another good pick in. Buccaneers coming up next. Didn't waste any time. Not a lot of Alabama players picked, no. And this was the first time yesterday in round one that the SEC had not had the most amount of draft picks since 2015. It's actually the Big Ten that had the most, then the SEC. Trotter. Back-to-back Mizzou players off the board. Linebacker to the Bucks. Inside linebacker with NFL bloodlines and alpha energy. He's got heavy hands. Oh, that's true. Yep. He got that NFL blood in him. Sipping on Rare Eagle, watching the draft and listening to Coop. Man, it's fun hanging out with the fam, ain't it? It's fun just hanging out, reacting. I'd be watching this by myself, so it's more fun if we hang out with, a couple hundred of us and react to it. See what y'all think. Cornelius checking in with us. All right, Steelers, I need y'all to pick Carson Beck. All right? I got money on it. It doesn't have to happen this round, but it'd be cool if we just go ahead and do it. I got money on the Steelers to draft Carson Beck. Or the Eagles. Either one. Here we go.
This is what it takes.
Oh, man, I appreciate you, bro.
Love all Canes fans. LFG.
Let's go, man. Showing love for these guys as they go to the pros. Cheering them on. Appreciate you, Frog, man. Thank you for the 2. I'll sit you atop the throne. I'll put you up there looking down. They're waving their towels. They're hype. They're about to go crazy when he announces Carson Beck. Here it is. It's going to say Carson Beck right there. That's a really weird way to say Carson Beck. They take Bernard, a wide receiver from Alabama, instead. Fine. (6'1", 206). Somebody was asking about Bama players a moment ago.
This is
there
what
we
it
go.
take to wear the U on the side of your helmet.
Tucci!
Whoever takes Scott gets a steal. I do not understand the Titans moving up for the guy they took. Was that USC receiver a top receiver? I watched a few USC games, not that high to me. Product of Riley? Not that we care, but will somebody pick Pavia?
True. That'll be interesting, won't it? Tucci! I agree, because you just know like how aggressive Keontae Scott is and his mindset. You've heard him speak in the interviews. You've seen him play on the field. Dude is an absolute dog, and that's an understatement. I'm putting it lightly. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. Not that high to you with the USC receiver. Yeah. But will somebody pick Pavia? No. Is it crazy for me to say no? Appreciate the big 20, Tucci. I put you up top up there. Always showing me love, man. Look, we're not out of it yet, all right? We're not out of it. So people are thinking, well, Coop, you done messed up. You said the Steelers to pick Beck. It's true, but it can happen in any round. That's the beauty, right, of putting these predictions and picks in on Prize Picks. I didn't say what round, right? I just got Beck going to Pittsburgh, period. So it doesn't matter what round it is. Or the Eagles. Just have the Eagles take him. Even better, you know? Because in my opinion, he's going to be a backup anyways. It's not like that's news to anybody. So we'll see. The Steelers decided for now to go ahead and pick up a Bama wide receiver instead of Beck. They might regret it. I don't know, but it's what they decided to do. Falcons up next. Their pick is technically in, but we'll wait till after the commercial break. Vikings are thinking on it. Mario is live on ESPN. That's weird. I'm watching this on ESPN. I didn't see Mario. Did I miss it? Back to the Cowboys, huh? Wouldn't that be interesting? I don't know why. It would feel odd to see Beck in a Cowboys uniform. Round 6, huh? I wonder if everybody's off on their, so many people said that Carson Beck was kind of climbing up in the draft. They said, no, first round is obviously not going to happen, but, this guy's working his way up, could go second round, maybe third round. Maybe it don't happen. Here we go. Falcons pick is in, y'all. Need some more Canes to come off the board, though. Come on, we're at 3. Let's not get stagnant here. Pick somebody up. I will say Robinson is a fun running back to watch. Man, there were times when I was watching the Falcons games. Didn't matter who they were playing. I was checking in to watch their offense. Here we go. Falcons pick incoming. I don't think we got any Falcons fans in here. Avion Terrell. Multiple Clemson players go in the second round here. Cornerback. That's a pretty cool story, right? That's another one of those where I know at the end of the day it doesn't matter. But I guess that's what he was referencing. It says Avion shares the same bloodlines and coverage temperament as his brother AJ, a first round pick of the Falcons in 2020. Pretty cool. I think Terrell projects as an early starter thanks to his polished ball skills and coverage versatility. That would be, I mean, what a cool scenario. Imagine being in the NFL and being the older brother and the team drafting your younger brother and getting to play for the same football team. Because it would already be so difficult for that to just line up at all. You know, like think about it. Clemson has a lot of talent leaving considering the year they had. No wonder fans were big mad. Yeah, they just couldn't put it together on the field, you know, made some mistakes with some decisions on some things. You see Keontae Scott as a Saint. Panthers on the clock. Then we got the Jets coming up. Could be another potential landing spot for Beck if he goes early here. Francis with the Giants and his brother Kiko with the Jets. Both New York teams, true. It would be such an experience, man. You know, you get going to practice with your brother, playing in the big time games with your brother, both of you on the field at the same time. Like I can't even imagine. I wonder then if there's any more chemistry there. Like if they're both in the backfield, they're both out there playing on defense. If there's like some extra chemistry there that could be at play. Maybe it sounds silly. I don't know. But maybe. All right, pick is in for the Panthers. Do they still have what's his name at quarterback? You know who I'm talking about. Young. Bryce Young. Texas Tech. Yeah, buddy, we get it. We get it, buddy. Lee Hunter, defensive tackle from Texas Tech, going to the Panthers. Yo, where them Canes at? Where them Canes at, though? teams can sit on Beck and pick him up in later rounds. It's true. You don't have to be in a hurry. It's not everybody's fighting and clawing to get Carson Beck. Got plenty of time. Jets are on the clock. And then here in the near future, we got Vikings, Packers, Colts, Eagles coming up, my long shot pick. If the Eagles take him, it's definitely not happening in round 2. That's for sure. Think the Vikings lost out on that trade? You wouldn't mind the Giants picking up CJ in the 3rd? All right, we got another commercial break here. Jets, who are they realistically taking? Yeah, because you guys are telling me that's right. They've got Geno. Saying long term, though, still a question mark at the position. Maybe somebody that's saying to go along with Garrett Wilson. Desperate for some playmakers on defense. Keontae Scott. You finished with just 4 takeaways last season. Keontae Scott's an interception machine, buddy. Come on. What's up, Falcon? I appreciate the 305, bro. It'll read it out here in just a moment. Good to see you, my man. Yeah, somebody needs to be picking up Keontae Scott. We had multiple people say, whoever gets him, man, you're getting a steal. For sure. Jets do need a backup, though. It's why some people had Carson Beck linked to the Jets. And where we said they have been in contact with him, and so have the Steelers. It doesn't mean they're going to draft him, but it means that there's not zero interest there, you know? Ducks here in the building. The party can officially start. Haynes King? It should catch up, Falconer. I don't know what's taking it so long. She'll get there. Maybe she went on break during the commercial break. Appreciate you, bro. The Jets pick is in. We made it to the weekend, Duck. Finally. I say that like it means anything for me. I work the most on weekends, but you still kind of get those weekend vibes, you know? So just there's something in the air on Fridays and Saturdays specifically. I don't know how to explain it. Oh, you're saying Haynes King to the Jets. Here we go. Here we go. I don't know if you've been watching it, Duck, but no more Miami Hurricanes have been drafted yet. I'll read it out in case she doesn't, Falconer. It said, draft shade thrown at the U. Other teams we beat. True that. True that. The Jets, that's where your career goes to die. I feel like you've got to think, though, if you're going to get drafted and you're going to make it to the pros and your dream was to go play in the NFL, you know, you kind of approach it with, I'm going to go there and it's going to be different. I'm going to make a difference. Things are going to change. There's Pons. We were wondering when Pons was going to get drafted. You had a feeling that it was going to happen in the second round at some point, but who was going to pick him up? It's the Jets. Corner from Indiana, D'Angelo Pons, off the board officially. There it is. Just don't show any Miami highlights here. Let's not do that. Just got done with dinner, settling in, just in time to watch some Miami players get drafted. Yep, I'm with you. Probably a good pickup for the Jets there. Jets continue to hit home runs with these picks, it feels like. Bailey, Sadiq, Cooper, Pons, some big names. 2 Indiana players. Feels like they're making some big time moves in the draft here. I mean, they need it. They for sure need it. Whatever team Haynes King goes to, you're a fan. I mean, I'm with you. I get it because that's how I did with Cam Ward. I just kind of decided to follow him, and that's how I picked my team, you know? The Vikings pick will be trash, you promise? I got no love for the Vikings over here, man, so I wouldn't be mad if it's not an out of this world pick, you know? I swear she's going to read out your message, Falconer. I don't know what's taking her so long. She'll get to it. You go to the Jets and get above 500, you would be a legend. No, I purposely looked away because I knew it was coming. Can't make me watch that. Nope. All right, Vikings pick incoming. Here we go. Y'all say it's going to be trash. Cincinnati linebacker. (6'4"? Holy smokes. Big explosive linebacker with the game best suited for work near the line of scrimmage, I bet. 6'4", 239. He's got heavy, aggressive hands. Good grief. You like Bain at Tampa, but Dolphins missed a great one. Yeah, Tampa got a fire pick, man. I even went out there. I commented on their post, and I don't like the Bucks, but they've been showing a ton of love to Ruben Bain on social media. So I got on there, was commenting back like, man, y'all got a monster. Have no love for y'all whatsoever, but you got a good one with Ruben Bain. Yeah. All right, Packers pick coming up next. I used to like the Packers when I was a kid. I've shown proof on my streams of me in a Packers. I used to have a Brett Favre jersey and a Packers jacket. Oh, look, I don't think I still have that picture. I mean, I have it, but not right here on me. I was a huge Packers fan as a kid. And it just, I don't know, it didn't stick as an adult. I don't know why. Man, I used to have a copy of that on my computer. And it's funny because then my brother was a Cowboys fan. And then I became an adult and became a Cowboys fan. And then it's weird, man. It's weird. I'm trying to look, but I don't. I'll have to hit my mom up at some point. I know she's got the actual physical picture. You know, back when I was growing up, you had these actual these things called disposable cameras, and you would take pictures and then send the entire camera to like CVS or Walmart or wherever you would take it, and then you didn't get the camera back and you just got pictures. I know some of y'all aren't old enough to you would buy a camera for like, yeah, I don't remember what they cost, like $5 or $8 or something. Take pictures with it till it was out of room, and then you would take the camera and then they would give you the pictures. Yeah. Dang, I don't see it anywhere. But there are pictures floating around the internet of me in a Packers. I think it's a starter jacket, a Packers starter jacket, and a Brett Favre jersey. I used to go out in my yard and throw the football around and pretend to be Brett Favre. You don't want to see Keontae Scott with the Eagles? Yeah, no Eagles fans here, right, y'all? Definitely no Eagles fans in the building. I know, man. Got to find a home for Keontae Scott, bro. Trying to tell him. I would message my mom and have her send me one of those pictures, but she's in bed already. It's past her bedtime. My mom goes to bed at like 7:30. Polaroids and vinyls are in style. They are. It's kind of making a comeback. You're right. It's just funny because like my nephews and stuff who are in their early teens, they don't know what a disposable camera is. They don't even see a need for a camera, period, because their phone can take high quality pictures. Packers pick. Who's Keontae Scott? A baller. Yep. Absolute baller. A hit man. It's a guy who will get a pick six and he will stare down the opponent on their sideline all the way on his way to the end zone. Yep. Cisse. Ooh, teams will be willing to take a chance on his explosive athleticism and upside, but a refinement runway might be needed to smooth some of the rougher edges. Cornerback from South Carolina going to the Packers. Yeah, they don't know what a floppy disk is either. They don't know the pain. I used to play Mortal Kombat on floppy disks. I know, Coop. Why didn't you play it on the Super Nintendo? I don't know. I had it on computer on floppy disk. You'd be mid-fight and you'd have to pull the floppy disk one out and put the second one in. Be ready to rock. Oh, we do have an Eagles fan. I stand corrected. Ham, I didn't know you were an Eagles fan. Well, your pick's coming up here in a minute. Colts first. Let's get Indianapolis out of the way. Definitely no Indy fans in here. And then we'll see who the Eagles pick up. Yeah, analog terms. It's funny because a big reason why I bought a Honda CRV Bahama is because it has physical knobs for the radio and the air. Everything else, like I tried different Kias and Hyundais and Fords, and everything was touch screen. And I was like, man, I like having a physical knob that I can turn. All right, Colts pick coming in. You know Pat's going to bring the energy. A lot of hype going into pick number 53 here for the Colts. C.J. Allen, linebacker from Georgia, huh? Them dogs. It's crazy because in the NIL era, a lot of these players, when it cuts to them, they're already iced out and stuff before even getting to the league, you know? That didn't used to be the case. Because if you were getting paid, you were trying to hide it sometimes, you know what I mean? Like you might have a decent car or something, but did you like that tape pick early? I'm undecided. I don't mind getting Cam Ward some more weapons. Kind of taking a wait and see approach, which I know is the boring answer. You wonder who Joel wants? I know. I thought about texting him. Jaguars will be coming up here in a minute. Right now, though, we're going to see who the Eagles take. They're my long shot pick for Carson Beck at some point in the draft. Not right now. Not right now, but at some point. I know, it was fun, Katie. I absolutely watched those games with Phillip Rivers. Yep. That was a blast. No QB's going around too. It seems to be. Seems to be the case, man. All right, Eagles pick is in. Here we go. That man has a green face. Eli Stowers, first Vanderbilt player taken in the NFL draft. Tight end from Vandy to the Eagles. How we feeling, Ham? 6'3", 239. An explosive quarterback convert with just 3 years at the tight end position. Excellent athlete with long arms, but needs help filling out his frame. Interesting. You like it? Okay, Chargers pick is in. Then we got the Jags coming up. Niners are going to be back on the clock here in a minute. Still waiting for another Miami Hurricane, sitting at 3 with CeCe Bain and Mesidor. Thinking that Keontae Scott might be the next one off the board, but not yet. So closing out the second round, we're going to have the Chargers, Jags, Bears, Niners, Texans. We got double Bears action here, 25 and 28 in this round. Going to see if the Rams make another surprising pick or not, see what direction they go. Broncos, Patriots, then we close with the Seahawks again, like we did in the first round. Oh, did they trade? You say Keontae Scott will go to the Ravens? Man, dude is already intimidating enough. Definitely would be in a Ravens uniform. Yep, you guys are right. There it is. Patriots. You guys think that Vrabel's still going to be their head coach? If you know, you know. I'm not really going to get deep into it, but do you think? I mean, I guess, right? I don't think that he's going to step down over that, or that he would be let go, if that's even possible, because of that. Yeah, it would have been. Some of these guys, man, still should stay a little longer, especially, right, Braves Kane, with the kind of money you can make. I get if your dream is to go play in the NFL, because then some people say that and they're like, man, why not stay and get, another $800K in college or a milli in college? Listen to me over here trying to milli. Why not stay another year in college and get $1 million? I get it in a way, but if you dream of playing in the NFL, like you want to go there, you want to be there so bad. But if it could bump up your draft stock, it could help you make even more. You could be better prepared for it and maybe make an instant impact and play more in your first year there in the NFL. For some of these guys, it just makes sense to stay and play another year in college, stay a little bit longer. There's risk involved, but that's always the case. I am sorry, Falconer. I have no idea why she still did not read that out. I don't know what happened. Everything looks good. It should be working. Okay, Patriots coming up here. Jags, by the way, are homeless this season. The bank is under renovation. When's it supposed to be done? Have they made an announcement? What's the plan? 2 years? 2 years starting now, so 2028? Yeah, I saw some of the clips from that, Katie. I saw that floating around on Twitter. All right, here we go. Jackus. Another defensive end. So he has the ability to play as a hand down end or a stand up edge. Rugged, more rugged than explosive and twitchy. Yeah, I'm pumped about that Titan Stadium too, Nick. Because the Titan Stadium was all right. It was a little bit underwhelming. It was badass to be at an NFL game. But there were college stadiums I've been to that were more impressive overall than the Titan Stadium. So it makes sense, they've got the new one. It's going to be epic. Just ready for it to be done. Decided you're not going. Was going to go to Jacksonville to watch your Commanders. I got you. That's your cousin who just got drafted? Congrats. You talking about Gabe? First Jags pick of the draft, y'all. Heck yeah, man. That's awesome. Here we go. Tight end from Texas A&M, Mr. Nate. Come on, update draft tracker. Who's next for Miami? It's got to be Keontae Scott, right? The problem is you can look at it in one way and say, okay, well, Keontae Scott is the next best player available for Miami in the draft. That doesn't necessarily matter if there's not a team that needs that position before someone needs the position from a player that's available from Miami that they like, Just depends on the needs. So Jags grab a tight end for their first pick in the draft. How big is he? He's 6'5", 245. Not happy? Wait, Jags fans not happy? Didn't want the tight end? Cooper. Yeah, I saw that swag, Kane. Yeah, a lot of news coming out about Radakovich. Yeah, they got Brandon Strange, true. Yeah, he was pretty solid at times for the Jags, I feel like, last season. There were plenty of times where Joel was telling me, he was like, man, just if you're going to put any money on anybody, put it on Strange. Because I think he missed some of the early parts of the season, right? And then he came back and he was immediately a big target for Trevor Lawrence. Wouldn't it be funny if the Colts drafted Beck? Yeah, Strange was exciting to watch, though, with the Jags. Apparently, they're getting Michael Yormark. Bears pick is in, followed up by the 49ers after that. Then Texans, then right back to the Bears again. Round 2 is starting to come to a close here. I think the Cardinals take back. I got money on it to be the Cardinals, Eagles, or Steelers. That's what I got. We got a commercial break. We're chilling for a minute. Scott's 24 years old already. That could be a factor. Look, he'll be a step ahead of everyone mentally. Like he'll be level headed. You know, you won't have to worry about him getting in any trouble off the field. You know, a full grown adult. Oh, no, I haven't read that yet. Hmm. Okay, man. The Randy is trying to get excited about these 49ers picks, and they just keep bumping themselves down. They've had one pick so far. They just traded again here with the Browns. So we're going to get this Bears pick, and then we're going to Cleveland. Heading to Cleveland after that. All right, Bears pick incoming. Have you guys ever been to an NFL draft? I just feel like it would be a lot of standing around waiting for them to get to your team. Literal standing around, because it looks like the people beyond the very front have no seats. So they're just chilling, which I guess is what I'm doing. But still, center. That is the first center taken off the board, if I'm not mistaken, from Iowa. Logan Jones to the Bears. All right, Bears coming up. Or Browns, rather. You're going to be live for day 3 as well. That's the plan. Day 3 goes a long time, doesn't it? Isn't day 3 like 6 to 8 hours? So we'll see. Cardinals got a pick back. Now we need it to be the Steelers or the Eagles. It ends at 7 p.m. Shoot, man, it starts at noon. 7 hours? Maybe. If I think that any Canes are going to come off the board, we might do it. Or if we're really invested in who the Titans might pick. So we'll see. Browns, here we go. DB from Toledo. McNeil Warren. To the Browns. A 6'3" safety. Downhill safety capable of bolstering a team's run defense and playing enforcer over the middle. Most valuable when playing near the line of scrimmage or in robber positioning. 6'3" safety. Y'all had 3 players to the first round while y'all tripping. I just need some more orange and green in my life over here on... Hey, we got Titans trading up here. Hey, we got Titans pick incoming, y'all. Get hype. You like that pick as a Browns fan? Heck yeah. Oh, not me. I mean, I'm kind of tripping, though. What if the Titans take Carson back? Imagine. Can you show recent picks? Yeah. You talking about just from tonight for round 2? Yeah, we can recap it. I would say one of the big ones tonight is the 49ers grabbing Stribling from Ole Miss. Cardinals took an offensive lineman. So many defensive ends. Too many defensive ends to count, man. T.J. Parker from Clemson to the Bills. First Tennessee player went to the Giants, Colton Hood. I'll just kind of scroll. You got Cassius Howell went to the Bengals. Another defensive end, Texas A&M. Best stash of the night, Jacob Rodriguez. Linebacker from Texas Tech goes to the Dolphins. Bernard, an Alabama receiver, goes to the Steelers. Terrell he gets to go play with his brother in Atlanta with the Falcons. Pons goes. The Jets pick up Pons. Jets continue to get W's in the draft. Corner from Indiana. First Vanderbilt player, tight end, Eli Stowers goes to Philly. Marlon Klein, Michigan player, tight end to the Texans. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point, Cypher. All right, lock in. Titans pick incoming. Let's go. Who we got? Make me proud, Sala. Give me the juice. What's up, Chico? Give me something good. Come on, Titans. The pick is in. And we get commercials. And we get commercials, of course. All right. So let's think about this. Who do the Titans take? Who do they take? They have grabbed a wide receiver and a defensive end. Some help on the offensive line could be nice if there's anyone available. That's the problem. Who would be available that they could bring in? Got to be an offensive lineman or a linebacker, right? I mean, a lot more than another QB. How are the Dolphins doing? People seem to like the most recent pick. We're questioning the first two in round number 1, but people liked the Jacob Rodriguez pick. 6'1" linebacker out of Texas Tech. I didn't see too many people upset with that one. Final 5 picks here in round 2, y'all. Cooper, linebacker Hill from Texas. Let's see some predictions. Titans need an O-line. Anthony Hill could be a steal. Coop and Bell. The pick's in. We just got to wait and see who it is. Come on, man. Give me somebody good. Come on. Yeah, I mean, if there's a badass offensive lineman still available, I wouldn't mind seeing that. Yeah, like Saban said. Yeah, he likes them big ass linemen. Linemen, my bad. Big ass linemen, yeah. From Oregon. Okay, here we go. Come on, Titans. Make me proud. I know, we made some memories, didn't we, bro? Heck of a season, and we got another one loading in 2026. So go ahead and be ready. But yeah, we a lot of memorable moments watching the games together in 2025, man. Can't wait to run it back this year. Here we go, man. Tennessee Titans. Okay. Look, we said that it's going to be an offensive lineman or a linebacker. You knew there could be a linebacker incoming at some point. Thought there might have even been a linebacker in round 1 if they decided to go for somebody like Sonny Styles. Knew that there was a potential that they might be looking for a linebacker. 6'2", 238. 3-down linebacker with the playing demeanor and production of a future Pro Bowler. He posted 31.5 TFLs, 17 sacks, and 8 forced fumbles in 3 seasons at Texas, making an impact in every phase. I'll take it. Yeah. I'll take it, man. You knew there had to be a decent defensive pick incoming. I know we have the edge that they took in that pick there in the first round. But I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I don't know about the Falk pick. We'll see. We'll see. That's a receiver, a defensive end, and a linebacker. I need to go with O-line for the rest of the picks. Yeah, so Texas. Yeah, see, I can separate the fandom here. No love for Texas. None. Zero. But we're talking about my Titans. So we need best of the best. Rams. Max Clare. Another Ohio State player. Let's act shocked. Max Clare to the Rams. So the Rams take a quarterback with Ty Simpson, and then they take Max Clare, a tight end from Ohio State, huh? The 6 Buckeyes, gotta be, yeah. It's at least, yeah. It's 5. That's, I think you're right. I think it's 6, yeah. Where would you like Beck to go? No preference, really, as far as like. My prediction would be Steelers, Cardinals, Steelers, or Eagles as a long shot. No real preference, though, as far as where Beck goes, because I don't think he goes to be the starter. But I hope he goes. That's my guy, supporting him. Yeah. So I hope he goes somewhere. It ain't going to be round 2 at this point, though. So we got another Bills pick coming in, and then we're going to close with the Chargers and Seahawks pending any last-second trades here. Let him go someplace you don't have to root against him. So it took about 2 hours to get through the second round. And we got the second and third round happening tonight. So be ready. I might be bringing a chair over and we might be chilling for round number 3. We'll see what happens. But we've still only got to see one 49ers pick. So when we get over to round 3, what are we looking at the moment? So 49ers with the 70th pick. And then 90. You're going to see the Jags a lot in round 3. Wow. A lot of Jags action in round 3. Is there a long break? I doubt it. I think they're just going to go right to it. About 2 hours per round. With trades, we'll be here past midnight, maybe. To be here chilling? Yeah, we'll be chilling. We'll be hanging out, man. No place I'd rather be. But it might go past midnight. It's possible.
This is what it take to wear the U
Did it finally
on the side
read
of
it?
your helmet.
Draft shade thrown at the U over teams we beat.
Holy smokes, man. Falconer sent that about an hour ago. So now it should be called up. Thank you again, bro. I'm not laughing at the super chat. I'm laughing at the fact it took an hour to read that. Did I see Cam Ward at the construction site? I did, yeah. I watched that video. It was cool to see some of the renderings that they showed with the locker room. You know, Cam was talking about some of the things that they have to do in that current stadium, and it sounds miserable. Yeah, definitely do a new stadium with some of the stuff they have to put up with at the current one. But yeah, I watched that video, man. That's pretty badass. Is it possible for me to put a little Miami Dolphins emblem behind me? And no, it's not possible. No. No. I got to get some more Titan stuff to put up back there, though. All right, here's the pick for the Bills. Wow. I mean, another Ohio State player. Corner. You want to talk about putting some guys in the league? My goodness. "53 starts. Press corner with good size and long arms. All right. Chargers up next. Looks like if we see another Miami Hurricane go, it's going to be in round 3. If it happens. Had a lot of penalties. A lot of picks, but how many flake out? I mean, I feel like, though, if you're looking at somewhere to go, if a guy ends up not panning out in the NFL, you still see just the sheer number of players getting put in the league from said school. And you say, hey, maybe 3 out of 6 of them didn't work out, but I won't be that guy. I won't be the one that didn't work out. I know they're putting guys in the NFL. I'm going to go in there. I'll succeed. I just need to be given a shot. Putting a lot of guys in the NFL. Scott, still waiting on Scott. Yep. Still waiting. Chargers pick coming in, then we'll close with the Seahawks in round 2. Maybe we'll get a little bit of a breather. And then we'll dive headfirst into round 3. Oh, I know you're not against him, Katie. I know what you mean. The pick is in. I want to sit in one of the draft rooms and just hear the conversations that go down. And what's the process? I mean, it happens before they even get there. But I would just kind of like to sit in one of those, and I can like sign an NDA, and I'm not allowed to talk about it or say anything. I just want to hear the things that are said in there when this is all going down. All right, Chargers. Who's this cool feller? I like his energy. Did they just say Florida? Yeah. Sure did. Oh, goodness. I got to look at the Gator Chomp on my TV right now. Center from Florida goes in the second round to the Chargers. You'd like a peek in on their evaluations. Me too. Just out of curiosity. I just like to see really what the process is and how they approach it. Yeah, I mean, his last name is Slaughter. I mean, I guess that's pretty cool. You know, kind of set up for success in life when his last name is Slaughter. Yeah. My gosh, the Seahawks got the cheerleaders in attendance. Oh, I'm with you. They are all in on Summerall. And, you know, I get it. You bring in a new head coach. It's what everybody does, man. You bring in a new head coach and you say, you know what? Anything is possible. Because it is. Who knows? But we know. When it's Florida. When we're talking about the Gators. It ain't going to be good. For them. It ain't going to be good for them. And it's a shame that we don't play them in 2026. I would love to line it up and play the Florida Gators every single season from now till the end of time. Every year I would love it if Miami played Florida. Yes. It's my most hated college football team, period. It's not even close. More than Ohio State, more than Florida State, more than Notre Dame. It's Florida and then everybody else. They had the most delusional fan base. That annoying Gator Chomp. It just never ends. Seahawks with the final pick in the second round tonight, and we'll jump over to the Cardinals kicking it off in the third. Recap for the Titans, they took Anthony Hill Jr., linebacker from Texas. I don't hate it. Don't hate it at all. Still no Miami Hurricanes taken in the second round unless that changes with the Seahawks. I would say don't expect it to, but who the heck knows? I don't know. We don't know. Just got to ride it out and see what happens. But no Canes taken in the second round. We're going to go through to the end of the third round tonight, and then the grand finale tomorrow with the rest of the draft. But we got to see who the Seahawks pick up in the second round here. Waiting to see if somebody brings in Beck as a backup. Does somebody get a steal and grab Keontae Scott? What about a few of the other Canes that are in here in the mix? Yeah, the fans, I talk about it being my most hated team, but I love those interactions with the Gator fans because they're feisty. We like to run our mouths. It's a great mix. It's an exciting game day. It's an exciting week leading up to the matchup. It's always a ton of fun. Over Florida State. Yes, absolutely. Far above Florida State. Yeah. Bud Clark. TCU. Defensive back, 60-year senior. The prospect analysis says Clark's traits won't pop, but his tape most certainly will. Coverage versatile safety in a cornerback's body with the talent to range over the top or man up on the slot. All right. On to round 3, y'all. I mean, nothing too crazy. Was there anything that shocked y'all in round 2? Looking for some reactions maybe for your pro team that you root for, or maybe somebody who plays for the college team you root for and you couldn't believe that they actually went to this team or in this round. There's nothing that was super shocking that stood out to me, I don't think. I guess the Jets again getting Pawns. I mean, I think that's a really big pickup. The Jags taking a tight end. A couple of Jags fans found that interesting. Nothing too crazy, I guess. No quarterbacks. No quarterbacks taken in round 2. Cardinals on the clock. Round 3. Interesting is not the word. What's the word for it? So we got a little break here while the Cardinals are on the clock. The shocking thing was no Canes getting picked. Yeah. That is unfortunate. Yeah. So while we got a little break here, I want to give another shout out to the sponsor of this live stream, Prize Picks. They've been showing us a ton of love, and I love using the app. It's the number one Prize Picks. It's the number one sports picks app in America for a reason, and they give you so many options and so many things that you can do here. We talked about how they have a dedicated section to the NFL draft. You still have time to download it and put in some picks and predictions and try to win some real money here with the draft. Carson Beck is still available. And man, people called me crazy for throwing in a Hail Mary with him going to Philadelphia, but I don't think anybody in here really knows where the heck he's going to go. So, man, you could win 16 times your money if you think he's going to the Saints. Maybe you think the Jets do take a chance on him and pick him up. That's 33 times your money. $20 to $667. Somebody's going to take it, right? Somebody's going to take him. But I've got mine lined up here. So we'll continue to monitor it and check it. But they've got a ton of different things that you can put in here. And I was telling people the other night, you can follow people on Prize Picks like you do on social media. If you want to tell some of my lineups and my picks on Prize Picks, just go to your profile in the bottom right-hand corner, click this magnifying glass, and then type in Coach Coop all together, 2 capital C's. We're going to be doing some follower-only giveaways to people who follow me here on Prize Picks. If you follow someone, you can see their picks and their lineups and stuff that they have entered, so you can follow theirs as well. So shout out again to Prize Picks. Click that top link down in the description. It's free to download the app. If you use code word HMA, it activates a special offer for new users. Put in a $5 lineup, you get a $50 lineup instantly. So check them out. Again, shout out to Prize Picks. And again, we're trying to see Beck to Philly, Arizona, or Pittsburgh. That's the play. It's gonna be one of the 3. It's got to be. It's got to be. Maybe. Probably. My confidence level is let's not talk numbers here, okay? We're not here to talk numbers. Cardinals pick is in. Hey, if you do follow me over there, Chico, don't forget, I'm serious. Plug in HMA, because if you decide to do a $5 lineup, you get the $50 lineup for free. Why the heck not? That happens instantly. You get it. And follow me on there, man. I'm going to be sharing more picks. We'll be doing giveaways. So at the very least, jump over there and follow me on it for sure. Bet going undrafted. I'll look for you over there, bro. We'll take a breather and sit for a minute. Yo! We just had to sit down. There it is! With the first pick in the third round, they said he would go undrafted. They said nobody wants him, even as a backup. And Arizona said, hold on just a second, buddy. Listen, here's the thing, all right? You want to get to the NFL. They talk about, you don't want to go play for this team. You don't want to go play for that team. This is where quarterbacks go to die. This is where quarterbacks go to ruin their career. I'm not talking about the Cardinals, but I just mean there's certain teams. But, buddy, my man just got drafted, and so many people didn't believe, and they said it ain't going to happen. He can't do it, and here we are. I'm proud of you, bro. There it is. That man cost y'all the game. Let me say something. Let me say something. I got something to say. How do we know that we're even there in the first place without him? Answer that question. How do we know if we even get there in the first place without him? Was he perfect? No. No. Was I pissed when he threw multiple interceptions against SMU? Absolutely not. I lost my shit when that happened. I remember bringing the garbage can in here and putting my Miami helmet in it and all my stuff. Man. But how do we know that we're even going to make it there in the first place without him? You say, well, this guy's better. We don't know what would have happened. It's all hypothetical. What we do know is that Carson Beck was the quarterback for the Miami Hurricanes, and they made it to the national championship. Should have won it. Could have won it. Sucks. But we may not even been there in the first place. You know? Because Mensa is better. I think Mensa will be better, but having Mensa at Miami was impossible last year because he was playing for Duke. You know? Right? No, man, I don't. Look, I get it because I know there's being reasonable and just being honest about Beck, and then there's the Beck haters, you know? And I'm happy for the guy. I'm happy for the guy. So we did win on Prize Picks. We did win. We didn't put a lot on it. But we did get a win. We did get a win. One of the teams we set for Carson Beck to go to was Arizona. I should have put big boy money on it. So we put $5 on it to win 11. So we doubled up. We doubled up on that pick. But we threw a Hail Mary with the Philly and all that good stuff. But okay. All right. Go get you some ice cream. I'm about to put something up on Twitter. Hold on. I got to put something up. Hold on. I'm going to mute. I'll show y'all. If you want to be in the video on Twitter, just start typing. Just start typing, all right? Just start typing, y'all. All right, y'all are in the video. Oh, buddy. Anyways, we got to get caught up here. Yeah, buddy. All right. You were asking about the code, Chico. It's capital HMA. Make sure you plug that in for real when you make the account. Even if initially, like you're just planning on just kind of browsing around and stuff, if you plug in that code, it'll activate that new offer for you. So make sure you put that in just in case. And then follow me, bro. We'll do some of those giveaways. I'm posting that on Twitter. Did you get in the video? We'll find out. There it is. Carson back to Arizona. To the haters that said he... All right, I'm putting it up. So what do we have? We had another Texas A&M player. Defensive tackle go to the Broncos. And then you have Crawford. Edge going to the Raiders. Auburn. Couple of Auburn players off the board. Because I had tweeted out about, I said, does Carson Beck go tonight? And a bunch of people quote tweeted me in that post and said absolutely not. And were laughing at me. So that'll be 4 Miami Hurricanes taken in the draft. 3 in the first round, and now 1 so far in the third round. Let's open up the floodgates, man. Yep. Good to see you, Lisa. He's a backup QB. Agreed 100%. But still being drafted is cool, you know? If Beck can make a career out of backup, that's insane money. I mean, true. Another round tonight. No, round 3 is the final round for tonight. Yeah, this will be the final round of the night. How many defensive ends have been taken? A lot. Beck for governor. I hope that's in the video. Where's Scott? Waiting, man. In the waiting room. In the waiting room, man. No, Kyler Murray, I believe, is gone, right? Eagles missed out, man. They could have grabbed Carson Beck as a backup QB, but they let Arizona take him.
Touchdown, Miami!
Yo!
Y'all already know what time it is. Throw them U's up. Throw them U's up.
That's 2 Canes now in the third round. Markel Bell to the Eagles. Would you look at that? 5 Canes now taken in the draft. There it is. Yeah, buddy. There you go, Ham. There it is. Ham is the Lone Ranger here. The only Eagles fan that I'm aware of in the stream. Your team picking up a cane. Markel, just a massive human being. An absolute specimen. There it is. Let's keep the train rolling here, man. Sheesh. Let's keep this thing rolling. Keontae Scott, where you at? There we go. Wait, Markel Bell's like 6'9", right? Yeah, he's 6'9". But he is 6'9". Phew. All right, all right. Love it, man. Love it. Bears coming up. There it is. Tight end from Stanford. Roush. To the Bears. Bell will be a beast with the Eagles. That's awesome, bro. That's freaking awesome. Yep, Scott and Thomas next. Get them Canes off the board, man. Let's find a home for these guys. Yep. He met his family at the playoff games here in Texas. Good people. Mark your words. Keontae Scott going to the Ravens. Man, I said that if Scott went to the Ravens, they already look scary. You put Keontae Scott in a Ravens uniform, man, I'd be terrified to line up on the other side of him.
This is what it take
Yep.
to wear the U
There's my
on the side
guy.
of your helmet.
Yo.
Thank you for defending Carson Beck's honor. Biceps
man.
cool folded hands party popper hooray.
Roach Killer. Man, I've been going toe to toe with the masses on Twitter. They said, Coop, what a dummy. Coop, I can't believe you would go up the bat for this guy. What are you thinking? Appreciate the two, Roach Killer. How are you tonight, bro? Romello Height, huh? Texas Tech. There you go, Randy. What do you think? You seen yourself in the video on Twitter? People are going to get on there. I promise you. Mark my words. The majority of the comments are going to be people saying, yeah, but Coop, he went to Arizona as a backup. Okay, buddy. You still getting drafted. The expectation was that he would be going there most likely to be a backup. I mean, buddy, just went to the... I mean, you know what I'm saying? The goal is to get drafted. So, I mean, I don't know why people would be hating on... You know? I saw your comment on there too, Duck. That's funny. Appreciate you checking in, Roach Killer. Yeah, man, we're waiting on Keontae Scott next. It's coming. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I mean, a lot of these guys, it's their dream to get to the NFL. So I'm not going to take a dump on them going somewhere where they say, hey, you're going to be a backup. It's still an opportunity. Anything could happen. You don't know. I'm not saying that there's a chance that he starts or anything. I'm just saying you definitely can't if you're not even there. You know?
This is what it take to wear the U.
Good to see you,
on the
Green
side of
Arrow.
your helmet.
I made the cut and posted it.
Love it, man. The famous Duck. Just give it some time, Duck. Trust me, people are going to get on there and say, yeah, here goes this guy talking about Carson Beck again. What a loser. Here he goes. Yep. Appreciate the 2, Duck. Yeah, the goal is to get drafted. Yeah. So y'all, just want to stop by and say, hey, can't wait for you to be back and football to be back. I feel you, Green Arrow. I'm ready. I stay ready, man. It's a long off season, you know. We'll have the virtual season coming up, but that's still a few months away. We'll get through it. We'll get through it. You say the Dolphins will take Jacoby Thomas? I'd say Dolphins fans would be pretty happy about that. True. Talk to me, Sergeant. What do they say about Beck? Let's read it and see. 3-year starter who has weathered his share of ups and downs. Beck has NFL caliber size and a lot of experience playing in high leverage games. He recovered from 2024 UCL surgery on his throwing elbow, but he appeared to lose some drive velocity on deep balls and move throws, which is 100% true. He definitely did. He works through progressions at a good pace and can throw with anticipation, but he loses track of safeties throwing into hazardous spots. Also true. Beck's decision-making showed some maturity in his final college season, but pressure can pull him back into old habits. He spins a catchable ball with a compact release, but spotty accuracy leads to pass breakups and a lower conversion rate on tight window throws. Beck projects as a good backup with the potential to earn a starting job down the road, but he must continue developing game-managing instincts. That's well said. That's well said. All true. But he's there. You got your foot in the door. You're in the NFL. Time to work. What am I drinking on? This was G Fuel. Yeah, set as a backup, but in the future, you never know. Never know. Tell them, Harry, to draft them Canes, man. Yep. All right, Commander's pick is in. Man, what do you do when your legs get tired? You're shoulder to shoulder in there. You're not going anywhere. For the people without the fancy seats. Yeah, buddy. Let's hear this Commander's pick. Yeah, it's not like there's aisles or anything. They're just packed in there like a bunch of sardines. I don't know. Commanders coming in, Bengals on the clock, Dolphins coming up here soon and a couple more picks. Five picks again for the Canes in the first 3 rounds here so far. Why is he hyping up their previous pick? Clemson. So more Clemson players continue to get picked up here in the second and third round. Wide receiver from Clemson, 5'11". They say he's a bona fide ball player. Has an ability to make mischief when he totes the pigskin. I do, man. I do, Chico. Good memories. How many Canes are left to be picked up? I don't know the official number. I'm sure somebody else has a better idea of the official number of who's left. You got Jacoby Thomas. You got Keontae Scott. Who else we got? Did Beck get picked? He sure did, man. Kicked off the third round. Sure did. I'll be keeping an eye on him. See any news that comes out. Bengals coming up next. Corner from Washington. Second Washington player. Who was the first one? Somebody went late in the second from Washington, right? Who was the other? There was another Washington player that went. Denzel Boston. Wide receiver, went to the Browns. And you got a corner going from Washington to the Bengals. I know, man. It feels good, Chico. It feels good. There was a time before Mario got here where I think there was only one Canes player drafted, and it was like the 7th round. I can't remember exactly who it was, but that's what I'm saying, man. There was a time, you know, when we were like, man, it sure would be cool if we had some action in the first round, in the third round, and here we got it, man. We got it. Or we got a trade. Okay. All right. Pick is coming in for the Saints here. We're rapid fire right now. Oscar Delp. Georgia. Them dogs. Tight end. 6'4", 245. So we got C.J. Daniels. We got Jacoby Thomas, Keontae Scott. You got Jake. Okay, so got quite a few that could still be taken. Cooper. And I mean, you got to think, again, I know we're talking about a backup here, but Beck was the third quarterback to go in the draft, right? It wasn't a quarterback heavy draft like people were saying, right? But it would have been Mendoza, Ty Simpson, and then Beck because there was no quarterback taken in the second round. I guess I should have asked, can y'all hear me all right? I know we kind of moved the mic around when we were sitting down. Should I crank the volume up or are we good? Yeah, and that was a big thing. I made a video about it that I posted today, if y'all didn't check it out, where we address the fact that those guys that were taken in the first round by Miami were at Miami for at least 3 years. So that development argument is dead. I mean, times have changed. You go get portal players. I realize people want to make a big fuss out of it, especially at the quarterback position. I get it. But the guys that went early were guys that had been at Miami for a little bit. Not necessarily all drafted right out of high school, but a couple of them were. Malachi Fields, Notre Dame wide receiver. Good grief. The Giants are stacked offensively, right? It feels like the Giants have so many weapons on offense. You like Fields? I mean, name some of the big players that y'all have for the Giants. That list just keeps growing on offense. Good grief, man. What's Fields is 6'4". Boundary X receiver who uses elite size and strength to bully DBs. That's probably a good trade up and pick for the Giants. I can't even lie. Dang, I can't. If the Dolphins don't take Scott or Cooper here at 75, you're going to lose your mind. Dolphins pick incoming, y'all. We got multiple Dolphins fans in the building. It's time. It's time for pick number 75. There you go, James. I appreciate you, bro. So what? Neighbors, Mooney, Calvin Austin, Malachi Fields. Now you got the psychopath, Cam Scadaboo, Tracy Likely. You got Jackson Dart there at quarterback. Yeah, man, that's insane. Now we'll see if y'all do anything with it, but jeez. Crazy. Bucks coming up here soon as well. Still waiting to see realistically who might take Keontae Scott. He's probably going to go before Jacoby Thomas, I would imagine. Some people are saying Ravens as a possibility. Bucks? Would the Bucks take Keontae Scott? Maybe Bucks or Ravens? Didn't Mesidor play at West Virginia? He did, but I think Mesidor still ended up spending 3 seasons at Miami, right? Was it 2 or 3? So Mesidor was the one where I was saying it's not like he was drafted out of high school to Miami, but my memory's getting so bad. I think that he was at Miami for 3 years. It might have just been 2. Let me see. He was still there long enough. I think that you can say that there was development that happened at Miami. Like, that's the big argument, right? How long was Mesidor with Miami, y'all? I'm trying to remember. Let's see. Yeah, he's been with Miami since 22. Yeah, 22, 23, 24, 25. Yeah, he was at Miami for 4 years. Yeah, I trust me. I know it's hard to, I mean, Time flies, y'all. But yeah, Mesidor's got stats, I forgot, going back to 2022. So it counts. So it's not even saying that it's necessarily, hey, they grabbed this guy out of high school, but development definitely happened. It wasn't I still think some development can happen even 1 year when you bring a guy in, but the guy spent 3 years at 4 years. 4 years. And then you have guys like CC and Bain who come in, and again, I'm just saying that the development argument it's just not a valid point. It's just not. That's crazy, man. He's been here he was at Miami that long? Dolphins pick. Here we go, y'all. I mean, they needed receivers, right? Right? No Tyreek Hill, no Waddle. How we feeling, Dolphins fans? Speak to me. 6'3", Caleb Douglas, wide receiver from Texas Tech. Heck yeah, I like it, Chad. Long and slender outside target. Meh? Steelers up next. They're not playing around. Their pick is in. Let's get one more Kane in the 3rd round, bro. Steelers fan here. We need Haynes King or a dual threat QB. I thought y'all might get Beck as a backup. He definitely wouldn't fit that dual threat requirement, though. Steelers are up. This place is about to go wild if they like the pick. No doubt. Here we go. Yeah, Keontae Scott to the Bucks would be pretty badass, I got to admit. Yep. Here we go. We'll see if we get a mini concert before the Steelers pick. They are hosting. Let them do their thing. We'll allow it. Steelers pick is in. I'm just waiting to see another guy in the orange and green pop up. That's what I'm waiting for. Wow, 2 quarterbacks in round 3. The Penn State quarterback. There it is. Obviously, people said the Steelers could use a quarterback. They could bring one in. I mean, we know him. He's 6'5", 228. Thoughts? Penn State had a quarterback. What, y'all don't like the pick? Who's next from Miami? Probably Keontae Scott. If I had to guess. Maybe to the Bucks, maybe. Penn State player goes to Pittsburgh. True. So they do grab a quarterback. You think Nussmeier should have went? So Packers actually trade up here, so we're not going to see the Bucks yet. Bucks are going to bump down to 84. Steelers have another pick in the third round, though. Don't forget. So now we got Packers pick coming in with Colts on the clock. You don't like the pick? Is it just me, or there's just something about Mike McCarthy that rubs me the wrong way? I have never liked the guy. Ever. I don't know what it is about him. And if I'm being 100% honest, I'm not trying to be... God, can I even say that? When I look at him... God, man... He looks slow. You know what I mean? He's a head coach, so he's not. But if I were just out and about, and this guy was walking around, and I saw him out, I would be like, he looks kind of dumb. I don't know what it is, y'all. I don't know. Nope, Keontae's still available. Still available, yep. Chris McClellan. Mizzou. Mizzou getting a lot of love in the second and third round. Going to the Packers, defensive tackle. A lot of Mizzou guys. Beck was drafted, yep. Beck went first pick in the third round to the Arizona Cardinals. Yeah, buddy. He looks like he's in charge of the water tank. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm not even trying to pick on him. I'm just trying to be honest with you guys. You making fun of your head coach? Yeah, I guess, yeah. Did you see him come in, Nick? Hey, bud. Surprised Scott's still on the board. Yeah, I mean, I thought somebody would pick him up. Dude's a dog. But there's still time. True. The Cardinals grabbed Love. That's a good point. Jeremiah Love and Beck to the Cardinals. Yeah. All right, we got a commercial break here. After we'll find out who the Colts take. Falcons are on the clock. We'll finally find out who the Ravens pick here. We get another pick from the Steelers. Going to see multiple picks incoming for the Jags at 81 and 88. Another Steelers and a lot of Vikings too. Do we still have Bryce Fitzgerald? Yes, sir. Sure do. Should make an even bigger impact this season. When you think about what he was able to do as a young guy, you got to be excited about him, right? Is Scott's size hurting him? He's 5'11", 193. Man, I don't know. When you look at the tape, though, I mean, but I get it. It's a step up going into the NFL for sure. I mean, maybe. I felt like somebody would get him in the third. I didn't think that Keontae Scott would go first or second. I could see him going third, but maybe he doesn't go that high. But if you're just tuning in, a recap, we had no Miami Hurricanes drafted in the second round, but you had 2 of them in the third round. Carson Beck to the Cardinals with the 65th pick of the draft, first pick in round 3. And then moments later, you had Big Markel Bell going to the Eagles at 68. So 5 total Canes in the draft so far. We're in round 3, about halfway through. We're zooming now. We're moving. Vikings fan, we got multiple picks coming up, bro. Do I think Pavia gets drafted? Maybe not. Maybe not. You thought he would go already? I thought maybe he would go by the third, yeah. He's Manziel reincarnated. Nobody wants any of that. Right? Don't want to deal with that. Just saying. All right, here we go. Colts pick coming up. Of course, Pat has a speech put together. Is he a Colts fan or is he just saying this? I don't know who his NFL team is, if he's ever been vocal about it, unless that's why they're letting him do the Colts pick because he's a Colts fan. Is he? Oh, he was you're right. You're right. I'm an idiot. He did play for the Colts. You're right. I was getting him mixed up in my head. I was thinking of Pate for some reason. I'll see. Because Pate didn't play, right? Josh Pate. Safety from LSU going to the Colts. Okay, that's what I was thinking of. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot about Pat being a punter for the Colts. Yeah, that makes sense why he's already always fired up. He's just a high energy individual. But that makes sense. Look who's not smiling. You know who's all business in the room all the time with the Colts. I don't even need to say. Pate's a nerd, so he's one of us? Is that what you're saying? All right, here come the Falcons. Heck yeah, man. Congrats. That's big time. Is that Charizard back there? Of course. You know it. Base set. Zachariah Branch. Okay. Another receiver. This one going to the Falcons. He's a slot receiver for sure. Didn't even need to read it. 5'8". Do they have a 40 time for him? .435. 4.3540 for Zachariah Branch. Probably a pretty good get for the Falcons. Ravens pick is in. When's Keontae Scott going pro? When's it happening? Which school has the most drafted so far? I think it's Ohio State. I mean, Miami's not far behind at 5. Can't be too far behind. If I were a player in the draft, what team would I want to play for? You know. Just think about what the Titans have coming up, man. You have all this hope and hype because you have a new head coach. You have a new stadium incoming that's supposed to be complete next season. I mean, come on. Is there really any other choice? You think Georgia has more? I mean, Georgia has had several taken here. Another receiver. Lots of receivers being taken here. Trying to see if we could find a breakdown of all the picks. We could go and count them, but we'll have to go back and try to look. This guy's 6'4". Jacoby Lane. Red zone stalwart, I bet. Elite length and ball skills to mismatch corners. Struggles playing through contact. He's 200 pounds, 6'4", 200. All right, Jags, what y'all got? Kid's got no production, though. I mean, as we start getting deeper, I'm sure you're going to have some guys, right, that maybe don't have quite as much. Maybe take a chance on a few guys, or we're getting further in this thing. Six and 6'7" receivers. Good grief. It's hard to cover them. I mean, yeah, it's a big mismatch. Okay, here we go, Jags. Let's see what they got. Regis. I don't know, man. Texas A&M is kind of a sleeper with the amount of picks that they have coming in here, because I'm pretty sure that's 4 or 5 A&M players. Yeah, defensive tackle, 6'1", fifth-year senior, 2 years as a starter. Texas A&M is that's a lot of A&M players. Yeah, Clemson is probably kind of a sleeper too. There were multiple Clemson players. I think that was the second round. Thoughts on your twin going to the Cardinals? I was hyped for him, Yalaha. Pumped for him, man. Just to get selected, period, and third round is not bad. Only 3 QBs had been taken up to that point if you include him. We're not counting Alar because he's a little bit further down in the third round to the Steelers here. 4 total quarterbacks taken, and you're one of them. So, you know, I know I'm acknowledging there's not a ton of QBs in there, especially good options. That's a big accomplishment, man. You're hoping Coop Carson would go to the Jags? That would have been funny, huh? All right. So the Ravens don't take Keontae Scott. Again, realistically, where could he land? Maybe Bucks. Maybe there's still a chance of Keontae Scott to the Buccaneers. Bucks or Dolphins or Cowboys? Bucks, Dolphins, Cowboys for Scott? Maybe. What position did I play again? Wide receiver. It's funny because I went into high school wanting to play corner, and I didn't have enough weight on me. There we go. I got a picture right there. That's me. I know y'all probably don't believe me because of the hair. That's me. Play for them Govs. Back in the day. Yeah. I still got my sticker from the helmet. We had like a Virginia Cavaliers type thing going on, I guess. I had Nike cleats. Yeah. Oh, man. The good old days. If we could go back, you know. Y36, it's all that was available. All the good numbers were taken. Yeah, Coop without the hat. The real ones, no. Look, I'm stacking up that resume. I got experience back in high school. I coached the virtual Miami Hurricanes to their first ever ACC championship. Come on, y'all. We're building up the resume. You can look me up on was it Max Preps? I've got a profile on there from back when I played. Man, that's what when we would every opportunity I had, I played corner or safety on scout team. I'm not pretending like I was super good at it. I just loved it. I loved it so much, man. Dominique Orange, Iowa State, defensive tackle to the Vikings. You were 32 in high school as DB, both corner and safety. A lot of times you got to play both sides in high school, right? We didn't have a stacked roster with a ton of players. Our quarterback played safety. Our starting quarterback, when I played for William Blunt, was also the starting safety. But can you hit? That's the problem. I didn't have enough weight on me. It was kind of hard, man. When you had a big ass running back hitting the hole there, and I'm running downhill there, there's a good chance I'm just getting thrown off of him. I just like kind of being the eyes of the defense, being back on the back end at safety, you know, making the calls. I loved it. Did y'all play ball at all? If you did, let me know what position you played. I'm curious. Since we're diving into it, you played corner and halfback, played tight end, you on the line, defensive end. I was a short receiver too. All right, Panthers pick. Yeah, we get it, bud. I think that's the second Tennessee player off the board. Brazel, wide receiver, 6'4". This is the wide receiver round. Yep. O-line and defensive end. Got some linebacker action here, split in and DB. Hey, still awesome experience though, right? I bet you'll never forget it. 2 interceptions in one game. I wanted to play defense partially because everybody on defense got these badass shirts that had those swords, like I showed you, that were on the helmets. And then it had a skull in the middle and it said Headhunters or Headhunter or something like that on it. And I always thought they were so cool, but you only got one if you played on defense. Offense didn't get anything special for some reason. It just said William Blunt on the shirt. The defense got the swords with a skull and said Headhunter. And I wanted one of them shirts, man. All right, here we go. Bucks. Do the Bucks maybe get Keontae Scott? Is there a chance? Heck yeah, man. Won 2 state championships in 4 years. That's awesome. Here we go, Bucks. Oh, we're going to get a commercial break here. Okay. There's a chance here maybe for them or Dolphins. Oh, yeah, that's terrible. Ugh. We had a guy one time, he played linebacker. His name was Will. And I remember at practice one day, he was at the bottom of a pile, and when he got up, his entire face was covered in blood, and one of their cleats had scraped across his forehead and split it open all the way across. It was funny because this was practice. This wasn't during the game. And William Blunt, we have a track that runs all the way around the field. So the cheerleaders were out there practicing. And he walked by, his entire face covered in blood. And I remember all the cheerleaders were screaming. I'll never forget it. They were terrified. Look, back when I played, all right, when you had a water break, they filled them up with the water hose. They had the water bottles, and we had a water girl, and she's over there, and she's just filling them, topping them off with the water hose. And if you didn't want to wait in line for that, there was a second water hose, and you could go turn it on and just drink the water straight from the hose. Oh, what kid hasn't drank out of a hose? In today's times, none, I guess. Apparently, that's a crazy thing. Just boosted our immune system, you know. You were on scout team the first 2 years? How big are the DBs taken so far? There's a 6'3" DB. There weren't a lot of them in this third round. 5'11" for Colton Hood. $5.10. Ew. Pons is 5'8". 5'11". There's a 6'2". All right, Bucks pick. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, let's get it. Just looking for some more Canes at this point. I don't really have the Titans don't have another pick in the third round. So Titans are done unless they trade up. Yeah, water comes from a bottle. Exactly. My nephews ain't no way they've had water out of a hose. Yeah. Dang. Ted Hurst. The wide receiver round continues. Georgia State receiver. 6'3", long-legged, vertical-minded wideout with speed and ability to stress corners from snap to whistle. Tons of receivers taken. Did they give up anything for Cam Ward? No, I think they just sucked that bad. I don't think they did. Going quick here, y'all. We're on the tail end of this thing. That dude does have some long legs. Jeez. Okay, so now we got the Steelers, whose pick is in, and now Brown's up after that. Brown's on the clock. All right. I'm right behind you, man. I'm 36. That water hose water did hit different back in the day, though, didn't it? It sure did. You didn't even... It's just different, man. We only had 2 barrels to do the ice baths in, so we just had to sit there and then just rotate after practice. And it was just like a big feed barrel that you would put like cattle feed and stuff in. We didn't have any sort of special tub or anything. And they had an ice maker in there right by the practice field in a little like shed that was donated by one of the receiver's parents. We didn't have all this fancy stuff, y'all. Everett. Georgia's starting to stack some guys up here. Corner, Dalen Everett from Georgia going to the Steelers. 6'1" corner. That'd be crazy. That would be crazy, man. I'd be pumped for him. When do you think Scott will be taken? I was guessing third round. but we'll see.
This is what it takes to wear the U
Coop
on the
Coachella
side of your helmet.
Thanks for hosting Co-op Coachella Night 2.
has been chill, man. We had some hype moments. You know, got to see some more Miami Hurricanes drafted, and we ain't done yet, to be fair. But I always appreciate you hanging with us, Duck. It's a good time. See what I mean? Just look at Mike McCarthy and tell me that when you... Anyways. Yeah, I saw about Dan Radakovich, Uncle Joey. Yeah, them Flintstone vitamins. Yeah. Okay, Browns coming up. Austin Barber for the Browns. Tall tackle prospect. Yeah, almost 6'7". Yo. From Florida. Hey, hold on. Bear with me here. I'm gonna read this part out loud. Let me read this part out loud. Give me this moment because you know how I feel about the Florida Gators. So give me this right here. Tall tackle prospect with starting experience at both tackle spots. He's played against top-tier talent in the SEC, which bolsters his case, but his struggles against Texas A&M and Miami provide an idea of his ceiling. We need more of that. We need to go and look at these breakdowns and stuff, and it say, hey, this guy's pretty good, but you know what? He did struggle against them Canes when they played him. Yeah, buddy. Love to see that. Love to see that. Yep. And I'm not even trying to hate on that guy. I just mean the fact that they're speaking about someone going up against Miami specifically and struggling. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Yeah, it's Ohio State's got to be in the lead, though, right? You ready for Radakovich's exit? I mean, it is what it is, you know. Your team went 7-5 in 08. Yeah, we weren't the top dogs. That's for sure. You don't beat Alcoa or Maryville in my area. Those are the big programs, big high schools. Hello, Draft Tracker? There it is. Tied in from Ohio State to the Dolphins. How we feeling, Miami fans? I don't know, man. I think last opportunity for Keontae Scott is the Cowboys. Maybe. Maybe Dolphins. Maybe Dolphins or Cowboys. Dolphins do get another pick. But I don't know. Again, with the way this draft's been going, who knows? Yeah, Dolphins get one more pick. Five Canes have been taken, though. If you're just tuning in, there were 2 Miami Hurricanes taken in the 3rd round. Carson Beck and Markel Bell. So 5 total Canes so far. Could he land on the Lions tomorrow? That's possible. Yeah, he just might not go in the first 3 rounds. Hey, again, I appreciate y'all hanging with me tonight. We don't do a ton of pro coverage stuff over here, but it's always a good time when we do. Pace has to pick up your dog tired. That's the thing with the draft. The draft is exciting. Don't get me wrong. But if you feel like there's not going to be any more players from your team go and your pro team has no more picks, I can understand how. I'm just saying. You're just waiting for them to call out a name. You know? It's a good time. Like I said, don't get me wrong. Compared to most of y'all, I'm a pup. You still drink from the hose? We're coming on the tail end of it here, Yalaha. 32 total picks. I'm just kidding. 36. We're on 24. Getting there. This bad boy's probably going to 11, I'll be honest. Mel's best value does not have Keontae Scott on it. If y'all care what that man has to say. He's saying McCoy, the corner from Tennessee, is one of the best available. Here we go. Jags pick is in. Pregnon. Somebody was calling for Pregnon earlier. I can't remember where they said he was going to go, though. But there it is. He's 6'4", 314. Oh, buddy, we got the Niners coming up here in a minute. Yeah, it is more rapid fire now. You have to listen to the draft picks while you're at work, night shift. That's what I thought would be kind of cool, Lisa, because we've got the draft tracker up. We're just kind of, reacting, talking about it. The Bears coming up. Fair. Yeah, they're going pretty quick. Minus the commercial breaks, they're moving. Pick is in for the Bears. Here we go. Another wide receiver. We need a wide receiver count for round 3. Xavier Thomas, LSU. That makes, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 wide receivers taken in the 3rd round so far. That's 8 out of 25 total picks to this point have been receivers. Who was the last running back drafted? Oh, shoot. There was one more, right? Am I crazy? Was it Jadarian Price? Is Notre Dame the only school with running backs drafted? Okay. Niners. Here we go. Kalen Black. There's another Indiana player. Running back. Speaking of, great question. Where was that at? Let's pin it up here. Great question. Right now. Who was the last one drafted? Kalen Black. Indiana. Yep. There it is. So who else do the 49ers have? Christian McCaffrey and who? Jordan James and Isaac Garendo. Okay, they were looking to add depth in the draft. Well, there you go. There it is. Big draft for Indiana. Yeah. Boy, that place is clearing out. It's getting late. Okay, so now we actually have Raiders up next. Maybe Keontae Scott to the Cowboys, or maybe the Dolphins here. We can see the light at the end of the tunnel, though, y'all. It's right there. No Louisville players, that's true. Man, you know what would be really good right now? It's about almost 11 p.m. on a Friday. There's something that always hits about this time on this day of the week. Yeah. Yeah. What you do is you go get it and then you go park at the nearest Walmart parking lot and eat it there. That's what we always do. I didn't know you were in here, John. Yeah, I think the only thing we're waiting on are the commercial breaks. I mean, the pick is in. They know who they want. Lurkin, I feel you. I don't know. I'm feeling Keontae Scott to the Cowboys. Let's see. Let's see what happens. If Scott gets drafted, I can get Taco Bell. All right. Going to them boys. Me too, bro. Me too. You're pulling for Taggart to get reunited. I thought they were going to bring back Jimbo, if I'm being honest. When he cried on TV talking about Florida State, and then with the kind of season that Mike Norvell had, I just knew they were going to bring him back. I know there was like bad blood and some stuff that happened and whatever. I thought they were going to bring Jimbo back. Talking about Florida State. Yeah, come on, bring him back. Actually, I don't want Florida State to bring him back. I don't want that. All right, Raiders pick. Poor guy loves Florida State, and they won't give him another chance. That's a shame. Trezone the third to the Raiders. Will likely slide inside to center or guard as a pro due to lack of functional length. All right, here we go. Are we going to see Keontae Scott taken late here in the draft? Is it a possibility late in round 3? Round 3. I think they would be decent if Jimbo came in there. I hate to say it, but I think they'd be decent with Jimbo there. That's why I'm saying I actually would prefer that they don't. Nope, no pick yet. Nobody from Florida State. Here we go. Come on, somebody give Keontae Scott a chance. Come on, y'all. The Cowboys fans are crazy. Nope. Not to the Cowboys. Michigan. Barham. Logged most of his snaps at off-ball linebacker, but his 2025 tape showed explosiveness that will attract teams seeking a developmental rush backer in an odd front. He's raw as a rusher, relying heavily on athleticism, but the missing elements are teachable. You guys really don't think that Jimbo would go to Florida State and win? Look at Jerry, man. Jerry is probably the reason that I can't root for the Cowboys. Do you think he'd win more than Mike Norvell, though? He didn't win at Texas A&M. Why would he win at Florida State in the NIL era? This isn't 2010, 2014. I don't know, Nick. Dang. It was a K name. I thought it might be. Mizzou. Mizzou's in the running for the most players drafted at this point. Gotta be. They are way the heck up there. Even the draft tracker's getting tired, y'all. I think they're trying to sprint to the finish line with an 11 p.m. finish. I swear that's like 8 Mizzou players. Ooh, with Canchins. Yeah, with Cam Canchins. Okay, Dolphins. Maybe it's been the plan all along for Keontae Scott to stay in Miami and go to the Dolphins. Maybe. Are we really getting a commercial break right now? Are we really doing this? Mizzou, really, Coop? I'm telling you, man, Mizzou is all over the place in the draft. I'll count them. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, it's more than that. It's more than that, right? Okay. It's 4. I thought it was more like 8. I thought it was closer to 8. It's half that. Okay. Well. What do you think about Radakovich retiring? It is what it is, I guess. I swear it was more than that. But yeah, with Radakovich, I mean, I like what he came in and did, but I got to trust they'll put somebody in there and it'll be all right. We're just waiting for somebody to snatch up Keontae Scott. It's the Keontae Scott waiting room right now. Yeah, I'm guessing the plan is for this thing to wrap up about 11. Looks like it's probably going to be a little after unless they really speed run it. But if they don't do any more commercial breaks, it might be right at it. All right. Keontae Scott, we're manifesting it, y'all. Just picture his name popping up on the board. I see it. I'm visualizing it. I'm making it happen. Receiver. That's back. Is that back-to-back receivers for the Dolphins? Oh, we talked about it with Tyreek Hill and Waddle. No, they actually had a tight end, but they grabbed another wide receiver, right? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of, Caleb Douglas, because they've had 3 picks this round. So they grabbed the Texas Tech wide receiver, Caleb Douglas. You pick up a tight end from Ohio State, and you go back and grab another receiver, first Louisville player drafted. 6'1" Chris Bell. Y'all like the pick? Trying to rebuild or reload that offense, I guess. Not a bad pick. Coming off ACL tear. Okay, Patriots. Ain't no Patriots fans up in here.
This is what it take to wear the U
Tucci,
on the
my
side of your
man.
helmet.
Keep Jimbo where he does a great job on the ACC network. Give Mighty Mike a 10-year extension. Bring back
Yes.
Sunbelt Billy. This
Yes.
Scott wait is killing me.
Yes.
Where is George? His team blew my tournament pool. Never again. I should have known better.
Yep. Should have known better. You can't trust him. You can never trust him, Tucci. Ever. I'm with you though. That realistically, I would not want them to bring back Jimbo. They won't. Nick's right. They wouldn't. I think there were too many disagreements and people that didn't get along. More up top. There was some butting of heads, I guess you could say. And you're right, man. Extend Mike Norvell. Bring back Sunbelt Billy. I'm with you. The kings of the state, Miami. For a while. Oh, there is a Patriots fan in here. Okay. Appreciate the Big Ten, Tucci. Thank you for the love again. Where's George at? 6'6" tight end, Notre Dame. Clemson's had several players, 3 maybe 4. Didn't the players? I don't know. I don't know about that one. I'm not sure. All right, Steelers guys, we're on the tail end of this. Final 5 picks. The big push right here. They had like 5. Dang, don't listen to me. I thought Mizzou had 8 and they had 4. Now that right there is a haircut mustache combo. I like it. I bet that guy right there is an absolute dog down on the football field. You don't mess with that feller right there. Not with that haircut. It's starting to blur together for me now, Cypher. You know, we're coming up on the end of round 3. That's 100 total picks. It's all becoming a blur. Yeah. So we got back-to-back Vikings, Seahawks, and then we're going to close with the Jags if this stays the same. Let me ask you this. Hypothetically, Lane Kiffin sucks at LSU, so he goes there, stinks the place up. Would Ole Miss take him back in 8 to 10 years? I mean, I don't know, Nick. But does Kiffin really love Ole Miss the way that Jimbo loves Florida State? The man cried talking about Florida State on live TV. Like I said, I don't want Florida State to take Jimbo back, and you're right, they won't, but I don't know, man. Why not both? Does he love Florida State or does he love the money? Yeah, Kiffin's probably going to pop off at LSU. They may not win it all, but they'll be in the mix for sure. He'll win a lot of football. They'll regularly win at least 9, probably 10. I know that's not quite good enough. They want to get over the hump, but I'm just saying they'll win quite a few football games. Yeah, I know it's a hype. We're talking hypothetical here about if he were to stink. No, I think Nick was just doing a hypothetical. He's just saying if he were to stink it up at LSU, trying to give a comparison to like what it would be with Jimbo. I see where he's coming from. I'm just saying that if Jimbo went back to Florida State, they're winning some stinking football games. We're closing this thing out, guys. Hey, we got a little bit tonight, all right? We got a little bit tonight on Prize Picks. Nobody said we couldn't pick 3 total destinations potentially for Carson Beck. We knew it was going to be one of them. It ended up being Arizona. The only mistake that I made was not believing in myself more and putting more on the prediction on Prize Picks. You still have time, guys. Don't forget that tomorrow There's going to be multiple rounds happening. There will still be picks and predictions. You can put it on Prize Picks. You can follow me over there, jump in on it, have some fun, try to win some cash during the draft. You've got the NBA playoffs going on right now, Major League Baseball, all sorts of opportunities. Top link in the description, HMA. Use the code. Get the special offer. Nobody said we couldn't pick more than one. We made sure we were walking away with something. Caleb Tiernan, Northwestern. First pick there to the Vikings. They got one more coming up back-to-back here. Appreciate you hanging out, Chico. You can tell they're going to push it quick. Look at that. They're out here jogging out.
Touchdown, Miami!
Wait, don't go anywhere yet. Another cane off the board.
Throw them U's up.
Jacoby Thomas. Look, it's nothing but love for all these guys. I thought Keontae Scott would go first, but again, you got to remember it depends on each individual team's needs, what the roster looks like, where they're at in the draft with their pick. But that's another guy in the orange and green getting drafted. Third cane in the third round. 6 total Miami Hurricanes through 3 rounds. 2 picks left to go. You never know. But there's Jacoby Thomas, man. There it is. To the Vikings. Boom. You're about to head out, Chico. Always supporting the guys, man, no matter where they're going. We're proud of them and we're happy for them. Let's go, man. Hey, okay. Arkansas corner, Julian Neal. Imagine we went Jacoby Thomas into Keontae Scott. What an opportunity, man. That would have been massive. One final pick here. Jags coming up. Let's see what happens. Three Canes drafted tonight. None in the second. People were losing hope. They said, I don't know, maybe they forgot about Miami. No, sir. Beck, Bell, and Thomas go in the third round. One pick remains. We might be live tomorrow. I'll be 100% honest with y'all. It is 50-50 tomorrow because that's about a 7 or an 8 hour day, jam-packed full of draft picks. So I don't know for sure. But keep an eye out. If I don't go live, we'll at least post videos. Jalen Husky, Maryland. First Maryland player taken in the draft. There you have it. There it is, y'all. Carson Beck kicked off the third round with a bang, going to the Cardinals. A mere few picks later, you have Markel Bell going to the Eagles, and then the Canes finished strong with Jacoby Thomas going to the Vikings. 6 total Canes drafted in the 2026 NFL Draft, pushing them up towards the top when it comes to the total amount of players drafted. We'll have to do a breakdown and count them up since obviously my math is off with what I was saying about Mizzou earlier. But you talk about a lot of Ohio State players drafted. Well, gosh darn it, you can also talk a lot about Miami Hurricanes players drafted. Because that's 6 of them. That's 3 in the first round, 3 in the third round. Might have took the second round off, but finished strong in the third. Yep. And somebody's going to pick up Scott. Surely. Right? Surely. Titans are going to get a pick again. Unless they trade up, not in the 4th. It'll be round 5. So tomorrow is going to be rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7. It's going to be a lot to digest tomorrow. We'll see what happens. Huge shout out to Tucci owning the board with the. We need to leave it right here where it's back. We leave that right there. Yeah. Tucci owning the board with the big 20 tonight. Also showing some love with the 10. Both of those straight to the PayPal. Thank you as always, Tucci, my good friend. Duck coming in with the 305 and the 2. Roach Killer celebrating. Carson Beck getting drafted with the 2. Falconer with the 305. Frogman checking in with the 2. I appreciate you. And number 1 fan of the U, Joshua, kicked it off with that 51-month membership. It feels good. Again, don't forget there was a time when we were hanging around watching the NFL draft knowing that there weren't any Canes that were going to go. If they were, it was going to be round 6 or 7. Or they were going to have to go in, undrafted. So, got a couple Canes left on the board. Yeah, Scott's still out there. Wesley, some other guys. Still some opportunities for them coming up on day 3. So, we'll see. But proud of these guys. Happy for them. Thankful for y'all for hanging out with me tonight. I hope you had a good time. I know it's super chill. We only really get high energy when it's the Titans or a Canes player drafted, but that's kind of how it is. It's a long stream. It's a lot of picks. I appreciate any likes or dislikes on the videos. It helps a ton, more than you know. Shout out again to Prize Picks because they're showing Coop some love even during the off season, and that doesn't typically happen for us. So huge shout out to Prize Picks. I am super thankful and blessed to have them as a sponsor here on the channel. So y'all show them some love. Follow me over on Prize Picks so we can get the ball rolling on some of these big picks and get some big wins. And I'll see y'all this weekend at some point. If I'm not live, like I said, we'll do some recaps and we'll just talk about the Canes that have been drafted. Make sure to congratulate those guys in the comments and stuff because you never know who's watching. You never know. It's happened plenty of times. So definitely show them some love, y'all. You know what to do. Everybody representing their college team and their pro team in here. Y'all be safe. And I'll see you tomorrow for something. We'll do something for sure. Love y'all. I'll see you soon.